Okay, here we are for the last episode of Stone's Gaze. Not as I think so. There might be like a little bit of delay on the stream, so I just want to make sure it should have switched over relatively well. Yeah, okay, there it
The
goes.
stream title has me worried.
Oh, I haven't looked. What am I missing?
Right,
I
okay.
just looked to make sure it was live because I
Yeah.
like to make sure just like audio works.
Yeah, okay. I probably should link this in the chat real quick. I think this will take me to the right place, right? Yes, it will. Okay. Alright, this is a bit of a weird start. My apologies. Alright, okay, I'll pop this in game information. There we go.
Oh dear.
Okay. So, your arrival at Amberhall was an interesting one, and you had come across two individuals that had appeared to be claiming to be children that you had later found out should roughly be about 6 years old. Heading further into the village, you stop off at the Elderborough Inn to get some rest, food, and information. Whilst there, you confirm your suspicions and get word about some methods in the nearby mines. Instead, however, you decide to go and talk to the owner of Lillian Farm, where the children reside, as rumours and speculation within Amberhall indicated that the children had stepped across the petrification zone on more than one occasion. As you stepped outside of the inn, however, you discovered that the two men claiming to be Durham and Klein had passed away. After sending help to the Lord's Manor and asking Shet to take a portrait of the individuals, you made your way over to Lillian Farm. There you found a frustrated farmer looking for his kids, but before you were able to locate them, a horde of shadowed hounds and the revenant Mercretia had arrived. They chased the villagers into the Lord's Manor and began to entrap you on the farm. Even creatures foul of origins would not dare to cross the petrification border, and so seeing your chance to escape the hordes, you dived across it. Shortly after stepping across the border, we begin our journey today. So, you guys have basically only more or less stepped over the border. Shade, you had given given Mercretia a shot to the eye with your crossbow. And Kulfa said you had escaped one city cursed by the gods, only to find shelter in another. So, with you guys more or less stood in a petrified field at this point, what would you like to do? Nobody will talk at once.
I'm thinking for witty jokes.
I mean, if we've only just got over this barrier, and it is now clear that the fact that they are not following us or coming over that barrier, and as we left last session, Shade had just fired a single arrow into the skull of the horseman.
Yep.
Akash will probably be bent over, heaving.
Say, how far did we just run?
Not terribly far, but like a mile and a half. So yeah, it's a pretty significant way to run. But you guys are adventurers, so you're kind of used to probably running this amount.
Akash is probably used to floating.
Yeah, I think Shade's just kind of backing up towards the rest of the party, somewhat disturbed that the arrow through the skull doesn't appear to have had its intended effect.
No. I mean, you did injure him somewhat, but it didn't seem to do as much as you would have really liked it to have done. But I will say, yeah, as you're sort of moving around, having a look at the ground and whatnot, the ground below your feet, strangely enough, now that you're this close, doesn't actually appear to be stone. The texture of the grass, the trees, and so on aren't porous in nature, at least compared to what they would usually be if they weren't petrified. But it seems almost as though all of the color has been sucked out of the area, making the area feel almost muted. Ahead of you, you see a large tree, and sat in one of the branches is a kid, and swinging from another is another child. From this distance, they do appear to be somewhat identical, and compared to the colorless area around you, these two are almost incredibly brightly colored despite their usual dull, poor quality clothing. They also do not appear to be moving at first glance. And they're not too far away.
Is gonna start moving toward them.
If I could have a perception check from everybody, please.
Any advantage or disadvantage?
Nope.
Okay.
All those dice just seem to sort of like fall on my screen today. They didn't roll across the table.
Okay. As you're focusing upon the kids, you realize that they're not still, but they're moving incredibly slowly. Unnaturally so.
Do we all see this, or is it just certain people?
All
see
of you.
this?
All of you see this. DC
can
wasn't
I
very
just
high.
Can I just take magic?
You can.
Oh, this is gonna blind you.
I was
So
about to say,
I got
why do you
eyes.
always do that in the places that
Um,
are absolutely obviously soaked in magic?
This is fun. So it takes me a second to learn what the fuck's causing the issue.
You do detect magic on. It's not so much that everything around you is magical, but the ground, almost entirely, regardless of where you go, has transmutation magic on it. Let me check. Let me check real quick. I'm fairly sure this is correct.
The transportation one's fun.
Transmutation, yeah. I think I'm fairly sure it's transmutation.
As we are observing all this, Shade will kind of move alongside Cultus. I don't wish to seem ungrateful that they stopped following us, but should we be, I don't know, concerned that an army of the damned won't walk into this place?
It would seem they can't walk into this place, whereas we can. As unsettling as it is, it gives us a slight advantage.
Definitely, though unsettling seems a massive understatement. Though we're still breathing.
Speaking of unsettling, can I have a Constitution saving throw from everybody, please?
Oh, no.
Okay.
We're also missing a person, remember, Shade. Was it Constitution save or just...
Constitution save? Okay.
Oh, and
dear.
and Shade and am I? I do. I want to go over 10.
Yep.
Okay. It doesn't. There is no physical effect upon you at this time. So continue.
We're missing a person. Do we think our painter friend is still...
I think he was swept up with the villagers.
He was.
He's quick. He'll be in the mansion, and they seem not interested at all with them. Jesus Christ, Shade. If they're sending, if the boon is sending that amount of force just for your head, and Akash just shakes his head at just the thought of that.
Yeah. Turns out being damned by the gods, pretty bad.
You say damned by the gods. Do they send an army after people that are damned by a god?
As it turns out, the Lord of Boons does.
Man, he wants you gone.
A little bit vindictive for the breaking of a promise of one man.
Yeah, a little bit. By the way, just out of curiosity, John. The revenant, whose name I forget, has he disappeared or is he going back up?
He
towards
disappeared.
the mansion?
You saw him turn to dust and fade away.
Maybe he is dead. I doubt it. Because we wouldn't get that lucky, but maybe.
I'd rather see proof before I assume any such thing.
Sorry, who did we see turn to dust? I'm missing.
The revenant, the rider on the horse, as well as the horse, I should say.
After I shot him,
It seemed probably more willfully rather than I've been hurt and I'm dying.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought he because didn't he say something after I shot him?
Ouch.
He didn't say no. He didn't. He took the bolt out of his eye and then he tossed it over the border, and then he dissipated.
Huh. Okay.
So, yeah, that was definitely not an "I'm melting" speech.
Yeah.
John, can I just check? You said there was also transmutation magic around the kids, or is it just on the ground?
It's everything that is physical, that is muted in color. The kids don't have the transmutation magic.
Okay.
Actually, once you're getting that close to them, yeah, they would be, because there is a little bit of a limit range on your detect magic, isn't there?
Yeah, I think it's 30 feet. I'll find it for you.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure it is like 30 feet. So when I was watching one of the episodes back, I was watching the episode where you guys are at the Vault of Knowledge and you went almost blind for the first time. Yeah, I'm fairly sure it's 30 feet.
Oh no, it's 30 feet.
30 feet. Yeah, so once you're that close, you do see the kids speed up and turn to look at you, and assuming you have detect magic still up,
Last 10 minutes.
All four of you are also corrupted by transmutation magic. That's what I'll say.
Do we feel any different?
Nope.
But it's definitely there, apparently.
I'll point that out that we're now surrounded by transmutation magic.
As in we're absorbing and becoming stone like the rest of the place? Or
Just an is this what sort of check I need to do here, John?
This would be an Arcana check.
Okay.
We'll see what you pick up.
Normal roll,
It'll be normal roll, yeah.
Ooh.
Nice.
Assuming this effect is a sort of persistent, like a persistent effect from across, the petrified zone, it's almost certain that the process may have begun for you and the kids.
Now, you said when we cross the line, everything doesn't appear to be made of stone when we're inside here. Also, when we met the two old men who claimed to be the kids, they weren't turned to stone, they were just aged significantly.
They were just old men.
There was
also no signs of magic on them.
As far as you were able to tell, they were just old men. You can make... Yeah, go on.
From what I recall, there was no trace of magic on that.
No, there wasn't.
But that's not to say that they weren't aged magically. It's just that, as far as you know, based on the available information that you had, they were just old men.
So how... I don't know if there's a check I need to make here, but I'm
Mhm.
trying to see what dots, whether it's an investigation, whether it's a lore check of some kind, what dots Shade can put together, given that Professor Clack sent us here. He had a petrified companion sitting
Mhm.
on a shelf, and everything from the outside appeared to be stone, but as we're inside now, things don't necessarily
Well,
look like they're stone.
so on the outside, you guys really didn't get a good look. All you saw was from a distance, things appeared to be stone, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it was actually stone because you didn't have a chance to really investigate it. That being said, if you want to roll me an Arcana check,
Okay.
So it's not necessarily that things have changed how they look, we're just closer.
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't know jack squat about magic.
I will say that perhaps the petrification isn't literal, and that's all I'll say.
Test something, but at the same time, I'm terrified to test something.
Alright, so here's a question. If these two leave, does that effect stop?
I will say, as you're approaching and talking, the kids, as they speed up and return back to normal speed, they look at you guys and they go, "Wait, wow, you move real fast."
Move fast,
Do
we've
we?
just been walking.
Yeah,
Uh,
we didn't even see it come.
Are you two Durham and Klein?
Yeah, yeah. And the one that's
Right.
swinging from the branch hops down, and then his brother climbs down from the tree and wanders over to you.
Run.
Just out of question, kid.
Uh-huh.
How long have you been playing roughly around here across the border zone?
What, today?
Today.
Just after breakfast, so I mean we don't have a clock, but maybe about an hour. We've only just had breakfast.
Okay.
And your father told you to mind the sheep, did he not?
Well, yeah, but we don't have to bring the sheep in until after lunchtime.
Okay,
Group
okay.
huddle.
One moment.
Uh-huh.
If
Let's go.
Akash looks up to the sky,
Uh-huh.
is it daylight?
Looking up at the sun, sorry, it would have been
It
evening at that
was
point, wasn't it?
evening, yeah, hence why all the shadow creatures.
Okay. I will say that you're not seeing the sun. However, it doesn't seem to be dark here. There's just a lack of light. If you want to roll me a perception check real quick, though.
Is it sort of like flat light? Like there's really no time of day here?
It does feel like that sort of eternal twilight. Akash, the moon appears to be moving quite quickly.
I want to say this. Is it moving the correct way?
It's moving the correct way, but it's moving quicker than you would expect it to. Not terribly so, but it does appear to have started to move quicker.
kids, I think you should head home.
No. That would be...
Okay, why no? Be quick about it.
Why no? The simple fact that when we walked from the line, there was how many shadow hounds and things.
We watched them all disappear. Their
And
father's worried sick, and time seems to pass strangely here.
And the longer they stay here, the more permanent this could become. Do you have any reason to doubt that conclusion?
They should go home.
The kids are looking between you guys and they're like, "Wait, what? What's going on?"
Okay, Dorm, Klein, over here, lads.
Uh-huh. They sort of step over a bit, and they go, "What's up?"
Your father told you not to walk across the line, did he not?
Well, we've done it before.
Are you aware that it's not lunchtime? It's in fact well after dinner time.
Oh, you broke up there, Overkill.
I was sorry, talking to the children. Are you
They
aware that it is not in fact lunchtime, but well after supper time? It's dark. Your father's word. He sent us to come looking for you.
they look between each other and they go, "What? No, it's not. We haven't even had lunch."
You should head home, boys. Quickly.
And do not cross the line again.
You see them starting to walk away from you, towards the farm, looking a little bit confused as they're walking away. What do you guys do?
We should at least get them to the border, see them safely away.
What does across the border look like for us, actually?
If it's all right, Cultus, I think I'll hang back just in case those other ones to come back, try to come back if I cross that line.
As you guys turn to look back towards the farm, and as you know, as the kids are passing you by and heading that way, the kids just stop and they look at the border, and at the border there's a statue looking at you guys.
Was it always looking at us?
There was no statue there 2 seconds ago.
Okay, I think we're walking toward that then. What is it?
Do we
What is
recognize
it?
the statue?
What
The
is
statue-
it a statue of?
The statue appears to be a statue of a farmer that you don't recognize, but it is looking at all of you, just standing there.
And it's on the other side of the line?
No, it's on the petrification line.
On the petrification line.
Not on it, but on this side.
I'm
But
gonna
just
look
on the
at
side.
and just ask,
Yeah.
do you know who that is?
The kids just turn and look at you. They go, "No."
Okay. Stand behind us. I'll put the kids behind us.
Uh-huh. What are the rest of you doing as Angora is helping the kids behind him? And the rest
Cultus
of you.
is staying close, and we're gonna see if we can get closer to the farmer or the statue and see who it is.
Uh-huh.
What's the terrain around me like, John?
It's more or less flat. There's maybe some bushes, a tree, a couple of rocks that aren't really very high, but about maybe ankle to knee height. It's pretty flat here.
Okay. I know when we were on the other side, we said we heard we heard nothing coming from this place, that it seemed
Mhm.
completely void and empty.
Yep.
I want to take a moment. I don't know. You do the Batman thing, do the Ranger thing, and just try to focus or defocus all of my senses from what's happening around me and just sense my surroundings as much as possible.
Okay. Using what sense?
Like I think it's observation or perception. I'm like
No,
I'm
no,
trying
no.
to listen for animals.
What,
I'm trying to
Yeah, what I'm asking is, are you trying to hear everything around you? Are you trying to see everything around you? What are you specifically trying to
I think
do?
I'm blocking out I'm closing my eyes and I'm
Okay.
trying to just breathe in and listen. Do I smell anything? Do I hear anything that to me as a ranger says this place might be alive?
Okay, as you close your eyes, roll a perception check for me, please.
Okay.
Akash, what are you doing? Akash?
Okay, so with I think he's gonna have to. I don't really know what he could be doing apart from maybe thinking of old legends and laws of the possible effects that he knows of things that gods have done, and anything. I really have no idea. I'm very
Okay. Roll a religion check.
not my best.
Colpus, what are you doing at this moment?
Colthus is basically staying in front of the kids, trying to get closer to the statue, wondering if maybe as we get closer, will they start to move the same as the kids did.
Okay. So you approach the statue?
Yeah.
Alright. You can do so. You probably have come like maybe 100 feet from the board at this point, and it's at like the 80 to 90 feet away at this point. So you're heading towards it at this juncture. Okay, so Shade, you hear, other than the movement of the kids and your party members, you are hearing nothing whatsoever. There's no sound. Not even like, a bird song or anything like that. Alrighty. Akash, there are a whole bunch of different tales about creatures and even people that can mimic objects or make themselves look like something that they aren't. This could be one of them, but with that roll, I'm afraid nothing particularly jumps out at you.
Do many of them scare Akash to the idea that he would draw his rapier?
Right now, you don't have any cause to be threatened, but it's possible that some of those monsters hunt people.
Okay, I just wanted to try and figure out what sort of mindset it would be in.
With that roll, it's really middle of the road, so there's only so much I can give you, I'm afraid.
This place is unnaturally still. Nothing
Sure.
moves, nothing breathes. We should walk the boys home.
John.
Yeah.
Could I make a perception check to see if any other ones are looking right at us?
Yeah, sure. Roll a perception check as you start looking around.
$15.
15. In the distance, there's there's like a windmill and a farm nearby. You do see a couple of statues in the field working, armed with scythes and stuff like that. But beyond that, you don't really see any other statues. You might see like maybe a bird that's petrified in midair as it's swooping from one tree to the next. But that's really all that you see.
Okay.
So these things are frozen in mid-air in transit?
Yeah.
That's
weird.
Yeah, you realize that you wouldn't have seen it on the outside, but now that you're this close, you can see things that aren't attached to the ground, and they're just sort of almost as if someone's taken a photograph and made it 3D, and it's just there in midair as it's flying across.
But that statue that's now on the border was definitely not there when we entered.
It definitely wasn't, no.
Okay, so it wasn't there. The kids don't recognize it, and is it starting to move as we get closer?
No, it's staying where it is.
Let's get the boys home.
Agreed.
Okay, so you start moving. Are you moving directly towards the statue, or are you moving past the side?
I'll probably take kids round the side. Just try.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's stay to the side, but I want to keep very wary eye on it.
Marching order, please. Who's first?
Cultus is going to be the closest.
Okay.
Enough that he can intercept if it decides to do anything hostile.
Right.
And Shade is definitely hanging out as towards the back of the party.
Okay.
Worried if he crosses the line, the Revenant are going to come back.
Okay.
I'll go in front of Shade with the kids behind me, so the kids are between me and Shade.
An ambush?
And I will basically flank the kids to make sure that they're safe
Okay.
from
Alrighty.
anything.
Are any of you going to try and cross the border?
I mean, once we get to there, is there
Okay,
any reason why we
I'm going to
wouldn't?
say that it's between, you know, the 100 feet that you're covering, more or less. That nothing's going to happen between that point. So once you're at that point, is anybody going to try and cross the border?
Somebody has to.
Yeah,
Angor will.
Angor?
both as well.
Okay. Angor and Colfus, can I have athletics checks from you, please? As you touch the border, it feels almost like liquid to the touch, like an invisible liquid is there. And then as you try and push forward, the liquid solidifies and holds you in place. Alrighty. Angor, try as you might, physically you can't break that barrier. But Colfus, you feel that resistance, and you get into that liquid. And it just feels like an intense physical barrier that you're squeezing through, almost like if you've ever had custard that's solidified somewhat, it's like that. It's incredibly viscous, and encompassing you entirely. I do need you to make a Constitution saving throw now that you're within the barrier.
Me as well, or?
No, you didn't get through.
Okay.
Points. Okay. You have resisted the effects and can make another strength athletics check, please.
All right.
Okay. A further strong effect as you push even further. This time it gets a little bit more tricky. And it is resisting your movement forward. Can I have another Constitution saving throw from you, please?
All right.
Alrighty. Oh, interesting. This is okay. Alrighty. Colfus, there is an incredible pain in your left leg as your left leg ages 20 years.
God. Okay.
So feel free to note that down.
All right. I think we're gonna abort trying to get through, and
Alrighty.
we're definitely not letting the kids through.
Alrighty, as you push back, the barrier becomes liquid once again and allows you to fall backwards out of the barrier.
All right. Yeah, Cultus is gonna fall back and hit the ground and just. All right, we're not getting out that way.
And you see as part of your leg is revealed in the movement, there does appear to be some physical aging on that leg.
I'm guessing, like a certain doctor, he might have a bit of a limp now.
Yeah, but I rolled when I rolled my body part dice. I was like, oh, this is this is cyclical in nature.
John, if you blind this character too, I'm going to be very unhappy.
I was gonna say it's a good thing you didn't try, because you'd probably would have gone blind.
Maybe.
And I would have lost an arm.
Perhaps.
And I would have been hit by lightning.
Yeah, he
Maybe.
would have been struck down by the gods.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so that's not an option. What can we? Shade's now trying to think everything.
Wait. This doesn't make sense.
Okay, we need to stop interrupting each other. Let Shade finish.
Mhm.
Trying to think back to everything Professor Clax told us about this city. Weren't they supposed to have created some deity? Like this place was supposed to be really
Mhm.
advanced magically, right?
Yeah, incredibly so.
Maybe there's something in the city that's controlling this. Maybe the city was fighting back against whatever the Lord of Boons did, because this doesn't look like petrification. This looks like something else magical, right?
Could it be the
Um,
Lamester?
from what you've seen, this isn't a petrification in terms of turning to stone.
Right.
Beyond that,
Angor, can you see if is this divine magic? Is this something the gods did, or is maybe something in the city controlling this? Maybe we can go into the city and find something. I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here.
I'll cast Detect Magic as I look at the wall.
Okay, so you're looking at the wall. Colphus is
Mhm.
probably recovering from his injury.
Yeah, he's gonna wave the boys over.
Mhm. One sec.
Lads,
I just want to figure
you've
out what.
come in.
Hold on. I just want to figure
Yeah.
out what everybody's doing in this specific moment. Akash, what is the Cash doing at this moment?
Well, he's trying to figure out the fact that the kids have crossed this border before,
Mm-hmm.
and they've gone back and forth, back and forth. Why is it only being a problem to them now?
Okay.
That's actually something I was just gonna. One sec.
There is. And then Shade, what are you doing at this moment in time?
Yeah, very confused. So definitely 100% not panicking, but maybe a little bit panicking.
Okay.
Just trying to think about anything Professor Clax could have told us about the city that we
Alrighty.
can maybe learn to be figure out to be useful.
Roll a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
Oh. Everyone or just Shade?
Just Shade, because Shade said specifically that he's panicking. Okay.
Yep, that seems about right.
Yeah, you're panicking. Okay. So yeah, as Akash is looking at the kids, trying to figure out what is going on, Colphus is also dealing with what has just happened to him, and also hitting that sort of same thought mark with Akash and looking over at the kids as well. Angor, you're looking at the wall,
Yeah.
and Shade, you're panicking. Okay.
And nobody's looking at the statue.
Okay,
Statue will be
sorry, I'm back.
fine.
Okay, Lance? What's that, sorry?
I was just letting you know I'm back. But
Okay.
that was one thing that Cultus was going to ask the boys was, how many times have they come and gone?
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah. And yeah, as you ask the kids, and the kids turn to look at you, Colphus, you notice behind Durham, the statue has a hold of his shirt.
has a hold of
What
Doran's
the
shirt?
fuck
Yeah.
are you on?
Okay, say again.
The statue now has a hold of the back of Durham's shirt.
Okay. Cultus is gonna get to his feet. And he's gonna move toward the boy, try and get him away from that statue.
Uh-huh.
Does Akash see this as well?
Yeah, as Colphus gets up and goes to help, you'll notice the statue has now moved and is now behind Durham and has a hold of his shirt.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pull the dagger and literally cut Durham's shirt.
Okay.
So Durham is now free.
Roll an attack. The AC for cloth isn't very high.
Okay, give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be the dagger.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So You quickly grab the dagger out and you take a quick swing and you cut away the shirt in pretty quick order. Yeah, and the statue is just holding, the remains of that part of the shirt in its hands.
Guys, what is this?
I'm not entirely sure what check Cultist might need to run to see if he's heard of anything like this, but
Uh-huh.
would that be
Roll a religion check.
religion? Okay.
Yeah. There's a reason why it's religion. Okay. Again, pretty much the same thing as Akash earlier. You've heard of many things that can look like something else and be something else entirely. Like the story about the mimic that has taken the form of a ship. You don't think that's what this is. At least it's not a mimic. But it's something. It's something that has taken the form of a statue for whatever reason.
Okay. I don't know if Shade needs to make another save. But how lucid is he to all of this that's happening right now?
I'm gonna say that. Let me just check, see if I actually have fear rolls in this. Nope. Yeah, okay, I'll say that you got on your next check, you would have a disadvantage.
Okay, so I need to make another wisdom save at disadvantage?
No, you can do something now, you'll have disadvantage on it, and then you can make a wisdom save.
Got it. Okay. I think seeing the statue effectively come after the kids is gonna, I'm gonna air quote snap him out of it. Like, he needs to take action now.
Okay.
He doesn't know what it is, but if at all possible, if it's a monster, he's a monster hunter and he can kill it. So he is now turned into combat mode, and whatever this thing is that's going after the kids needs to be ended. And so he's going to try and end it. So I want to take a hand crossbow shot at it.
Okay, roll your attack. Anyone? The attack hits. You do see part of the statue chip off. Roll damage.
Okay. I assume for the purposes of damage, this doesn't count as the first round of combat.
No, this will be a surprise round. So. Okay.
Oh, well, okay. So what I'm getting at is, does my dread ambusher apply?
What does that do specifically? Because it might have an effect.
I deal an extra 1d8 weapon damage.
But what's the conditions of that?
I have to take the attack action on my first turn of combat.
Okay. I guess this would be because you would be entering combat, yeah.
Okay, so I roll an extra 1d8.
What I'm going to do then in that case is to bring you guys onto this map real quick, and then I'm going to add you onto the initiative orders.
That 8 come through? I rolled an 8.
It doesn't seem like it.
Okay. Did it show up at least on everybody? I tried to roll it in the group, the Stone Gaze chat. Did it show? Yes, it showed up there. I don't know why some rolls from D&D Beyond transfer and some don't.
Okay, this isn't what it looks like. No, I'll say this is what it looks like. I'm going to hide it because the name might reveal something about it. So, once this attack comes through, so you've done 18 damage to it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And if we're in proper combat, due to feats and bonuses, I actually, and because I'm using a hand crossbow, I get to take a second attack.
Okay. Roll initiative, please, everybody.
Man, where's that roll been all game? Thank you.
I'll take a 17. Oh.
Ah, of course.
Alrighty.
You have +5 in your initiative? Jesus.
Okay.
I have +6.
Alright.
Jesus.
Hey, sick.
So yeah, Shade, it is the first round of your turn
Damn,
first.
that was a good roll, though.
Okay, so so I do get to take it. So that was a surprise round, or is that
Yeah.
my?
That was a surprise round.
Okay, I'm not sure how this applies, but all right. So I will then take an attack. I guess I'm confused. Do I?
Play
Sorry,
it, play
I'm not
it normally. So you got an attack, you got your movement, and your bonus action.
So did I burn my attack already, or do I still get?
Yeah,
an
because
attack?
you did 18 damage.
Right, that's what I thought. Okay,
Yeah.
so I still have a bonus action. Well, actually, so as my bonus action is my second attack roll, so I'm going to make another attack roll. Seeing that I did 18 and it's still there, I mean, it is a statue. I'm going to go ahead and use sharpshooter. I'm going to take a -5 to my roll to do an extra +10.
Okay.
So 21 -5 is
16.
17? 16? 16.
16 hits.
Okay, so it's this damage +10.
16.
And then all I have left is movement. And on my first turn of movement, I have an extra 10 feet of movement. So, however, I can get between, like, I don't know where the boys are in.
The boys are right next to the statue at this point.
Mm,
Right next to it, because it literally just grabbed him.
right. Is there any angle? I can't get in between it and the boys. Can I get an angle where I can clearly continue to shoot at this thing without
Yeah.
putting the boys in the line of fire?
Yeah, easily done. We'll say that that's where you move to to a nearby tree, and that's
Yeah,
the
like
line of sight there.
a pseudo flanking position.
Oh, clicky. And that's your turn.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Akash.
Okay, so Akash is right next to the thing, and he's also just obviously cut the boy free. So he's literally just going to tell the boys to back up, and as he does so, he's going to sort of do this weird spinning flick with his dagger, and all of a sudden it's going to multiply whilst the original lands back into his hand, and I'm going to cast Cloud of Daggers.
Interesting. What does Cloud of Daggers
around. So,
do?
I'll show you.
Yeah, if it's, it might do something in a specific square, or it might do stuff around you.
It is a you fill the air with a spinning daggers in a cube 5 feet on each side. On each side. Oh.
Yeah, because it's an AoE. The kids are in the danger zone right now.
Oh, I thought that was I could put it in.
No worries.
The spot he was in. Sorry.
Yeah. It's a really good spell, but
yeah, that's a really good spell. I thought that was creating a zone there, not a burst effect. Effectively,
I won't let you
kill the kids.
Yeah, chainsaw up the kids. No. What would you like to do instead?
Oh. Oh, one moment. I've got to rethink now. See, I could use Shatter because I could possibly try and do that. So
Shatter is also AoE.
It is.
You got to be very careful where you put that. Yeah.
So it's got to be within 10 foot of the statue, but it cannot hit them because it's within 60 feet.
Yeah.
So I can put that 10 feet behind the statue, which would just hit the kids, just miss the kids and myself. Or I could just smack it twice with my dagger and rapier. You know what? I'm not going to burn the spell slot just yet. I'm going to just attack it with the rapier and then bonus action dagger. So, okay. Rapier attack.
Mhm.
Probably miss.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, that'll just glance off the statue and get deflected.
Okay, and then bonus action dagger.
Mhm. That'll hit. Roll damage.
Wait, what?
Got 4 piercing
One
damage.
d4 plus 3. So I only did it only roll a 1?
It
Must have.
rolled a 1 on a. Rolled 1. Yeah, if you hover over it, it's 1 plus 3, which is 4.
Yeah, no. Oh yeah, you hover over the actual thing.
Yeah.
Ah. Oh well.
Okay. Yeah, as you stab into it, unfortunately with your dagger, it doesn't appear to do nearly as much damage as you would have liked. Even with that little amount of damage.
Question, John. Did my arrows seem to do more or less damage?
Seem to.
Okay, so
It seems to do enough damage, what you were expecting. Still, it's a statue, and it doesn't seem to do an awful lot of damage to it, but you did do a significant amount to it. Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to do on your turn, Akash?
So I could move. I could jump back a square if it doesn't look like it's going to attack, and I want to see if it does. So I will move and just literally move
back?
a square back. Yeah.
Okay. Wait a second. No, it doesn't do anything. We can move back easily enough then. Alrighty, Angor.
What do I want to do? I don't want to waste a spell slot.
Uh-huh.
I'll Eldritch Blast it. Wait, does Eldritch Blast do like their kid's gonna get damaged?
Nope, it's just a ranged attack.
Alright, I'll Eldritch Blast it.
Eldritch Blast it. Go ahead.
Ah,
Yeah, you fire and you hit it. It's not hard to hit a statue, but whatever damage you might have done doesn't appear to have done any damage whatsoever. It just sort of impacts, causing no damage. Alrighty.
oh no, that's a cantrip. I can't do it.
Oh,
Okay.
is it?
That's me. That's me.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to try and do another
Um,
cantrip, and I realized I can't.
The statue, yeah, they haven't had a chance to move yet. So, the statue, you guys just see one of its arms morph into something that might be an arm, but all of you that are looking at it at this time, you just can't figure out what it is precisely. It could be a tentacle, it could be an arm, it could be a pincer. Whatever it is, it hurts your brain. And you hear a static in your ears, and you suffer the effects of seeing its ineffable body. I need a intellect saving throw from everybody, please. It starts moving.
Nat one.
Roll high. Roll high.
Oh, we are in so much trouble.
Oh
Okay.
dear.
How is the swashbuckler the most intelligent one out of all of us?
I don't know.
She's well traveled.
Because I don't min-max, I guess.
Give me a second.
Because I'm just shit. It's a bad thinker.
Just need to check something real quick.
I mean, to be fair, I have the second highest intelligence in the party. I just rolled like absolute dog shit.
Wait, do I get...
Okay.
Is there anything I
wonderful.
can do to reroll
Okay.
that?
If you've got something that'll allow you to roll it, you can.
Just checking. I feel like I do. I just don't know
I'll give
where
you an
that-
option
that
to check.
key- I can't see anything. Warcaster? That's con saving throws.
Yeah, that's some int saves. I don't think you do. None of you are high enough
Nah, I
level
don't-
for
I
something
don't.
like that. So, okay. All of you are stunned for 1 round, as the effects of this creature are terrible in nature. And so whilst you're looking at it whilst it's moving, you're going to be under the effects of certain things, and that'll happen after you've stopped being stunned. So you're stunned for 1 round, which means that you are incapacitated, you can't move, and can only speak falteringly. You automatically fail any strength and dexterity saving throws, and attack rolls against you are done at advantage.
And that's everybody in the party.
Every single person, yeah.
Oh man.
Does that include the kids as well?
Oh.
You would imagine so.
Yeah, if we're having trouble, odds are, yeah.
Yeah, because they don't have bonuses. They probably have incredible negatives. I'll roll for both of them, but it probably, yeah, both of them fail. Okay. I will say as you are sort of held by this ineffable body, you will see it reach down and grab a hold once again of Durham and solidify back into a statue. But then as it does so with its action, it is going to send Durham back into the past. And Durham just vanishes from your vision. And that's its turn. Koffus, you're stunned.
Yep.
Which means you're also incapacitated, which also has stuff on top of that. Which means you can't take actions or reactions. You can't move, which means that your turn is over, I'm afraid. But you're no longer stunned. Shade, the same thing for you. Akash, Angor. And then back to the statue again. The statue is going to take a hold. It's going to also take a hold of Klein. And both the statue and Klein vanish. Back to Kolfus, your turn. You don't see anything around you. You are back to your senses. Because you're no longer in its vision. It's no longer in your vision. And you're no longer stunned. What would you like to do?
I think once Kolthus recovers enough to see what's going on, he is probably going to start swearing up a storm.
Okay, so to give you a recap of the effects of stuns, you are incapacitated, you can't move, you can only speak falteringly. The creature automatically saves, that's you, automatically saves strength and dexterity saving throws, as if you were a statue. And attack rolls against you have advantage. And then you also and the effects of incapacitated is the creature can't, the creature or target, it really should say target to be honest, or the incapacitated thing can't take actions or reactions. So when you're stunned, stunned is awful.
How long does stunned last?
Just that one round. So
So we can all speak normally.
yeah, Colfus, what would you like to do? It's your turn.
Well, the statue is gone, all right.
Yeah, the statue's gone. You look around and you don't see any. Well, you see statues in the distance, but you don't see this statue.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's going to take a bit to recover, but he's
Mhm.
at a loss for words at the moment.
Okay. Alrighty. So since there isn't hostiles in the area that you can see, and I assume you're not going to attack yourselves, you're out of combat, and you can act and move freely.
Okay. Putting aside the object panic for a moment. What the heck was that? We can't leave here without accidentally aging. And there's some statue-like creature / abomination that could just randomly kidnap people. And do what to them? Where did the boys go?
No
Where
There's
did
idea.
the
no way to
statue go?
know. There's no way to know.
Oh, John,
Uh-huh.
in Shade's limited time in his new career as a monster hunter, would he
Mhm.
have ever heard any creatures capable of this sort of thing?
Roll an Arcana or Religion check.
Okay, let's not do religion because everybody else has been doing that.
I mean, you've heard creatures that can, heard of creatures that can teleport. Yeah. I mean, whatever this creature is, it is almost unknowable. And you've got no idea of its motivations. It has taken the kids, which in your profession isn't usually a good thing.
Yeah, okay. So I don't know what the heck this thing is, but
How long was the combat, John?
6 seconds.
6 seconds, yeah, one round.
I
So-
would still have had my detect
Sorry,
magic
12
up.
seconds.
Would
Yeah,
I, would,
you
Let's,
would have,
would
yeah.
I have still had my detect magic up?
Yeah, probably.
Would I have seen any type of magic appear when it teleported?
we should
Or
probably
when
let
it
Shade
vanished?
finish his thought.
hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead. Whilst I'm looking that up.
sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Alright.
Okay, we really need to stop stepping on each other.
Yeah. But yeah, so I'll say that Shade. Just to remind you what you were asking about. You do know there are creatures that can teleport. You know that this thing is unknowable just by looking upon its true form. Was significantly harmful to you in some, well, not in terms of physical damage at least, but you were unable to act freely as a result of this. But whatever it did with the kids, you don't know. At least not for certain. But I will say, those two old men, if they've gone somewhere, and if those two men were being honest and true, which, according to the detect magic, they could be. I'll let you fill in the blanks from there.
Yeah, but it's likely that we're growing increasingly convinced that the old men we met were in fact those boys, and this
Yeah.
turn of events we just witnessed is how they became old men. Maybe.
Well, yeah, possibly. You can't know for absolute certain, but if that's how you want to say, that's how you want to hold it.
I
Yeah.
don't know what this thing is, but if we're going to treat it, and I don't know how else to do right now because I am about a fraction of an inch away from losing my mind here. if I were to treat this like any other monster I would hunt, my next step is to find its den, find wherever it's taking these boys, or find where, like, this is its hunting ground, right? Like this is where it's doing something. So we should find where it's hiding, and we should go track it down and kill it.
If we don't know what it is, how do we find where it's hiding?
Well,
There's a lot of ground to cover here, and we don't even know where to start.
we
Honestly?
can't leave.
No, we can't. We need more information than we have. And if there's no kind of library where we were, maybe there's something in the city proper that we can find.
Well, that's a starting point. I'm good with that.
Well, about another starting point to Mun.
Exactly.
Just to circle back to Angor's question, you didn't detect any magic when it vanished. No spell was cast. And that's all. That's all I'll tell you. If you detect magic. Go ahead. I just wanted to say that just in case I forgot.
Okay.
Are you wanting to head to the city now?
Yeah, that's pretty much Colthus's only suggestion at the moment.
For the rest of you.
We have a lead. We could try and see if Lasuma, or was that the name?
Lamassu. The
Lamassu.
Lamassu is the creature. You had a name.
We could see Elma.
Alma
see
was
if-
the name,
The Lamassu is still in the city.
Is this the first time Akash is hearing?
Yeah, because you were
Probably.
over. You were over annoying the miners. That's what's
Yeah.
happening.
What is a lasso?
Could you guess as me? I was told to find them in a dream on the city on the moon.
Can I roll because Akash's mother was a priest?
You can roll a religion check. I won't give you advantage because
No, it's fine. It's not something I'm even trained in, so it's just a background story connection to why he might know.
Yeah, you know, you've probably never met one, but you do know the stories about Lamassu, and they are holy protectors that are often tasked with protecting a tomb or a significantly holy place. But every now and then, a Lamassu will decide to go and protect a city instead, and they will tend to hang around at the gatehouses so that they can keep a good eye on the passers-by to make sure no one's going to threaten their chosen city.
Okay. So, Angor, we've been asked to go find a lasso, a guardian.
So
I was.
It's a guardian,
yeah. Shade, Corthus, have you got any idea if this place used to have a very important temple, or do we just?
I know that it's a much bigger city than anything in the surrounding area. So it is likely. Where it is, I have no idea.
So
no one really goes here.
I can make a history check if John will allow it, but I should probably caveat that, Shade's not from this country. His knowledge and history are from his own country, so he's probably not got a good shot of knowing.
What are you trying to find out?
He wants to know if there's like an important religious site here that Lamassu might be drawn to.
Well, I mean, apart from, of course, the fact that the index was created here.
Well, what I had said is, according to Akash's religion check, Akash, you know that when they adopt cities, they tend to take up a nest in the gatehouse.
In the gatehouse, okay.
Which implies they're on the edge of the city, on one of the main roads.
Well, those things when they are rumored to take hold of a city to protect, then, like all guards, they reside in the gatehouse. But I mean, this place is also the birthplace of the Index. Is that not what they were
It
saying?
is, yeah.
So
I'd also give you what they look like. They tend to have the face of people, the body of a lion, and the wings of probably an angel. So you're looking for a winged lion with a face of a person.
Look, temples I don't know about, but I've spent enough time in a guard hut and a gatehouse to know what one of those looks like. Let's make our way to a road.
Yeah.
We can make our way around there.
From this distance, you can see one of the many caravans, carts and stuff trailing down the main road that have been petrified in place. And, ahead of those, you can see the gatehouse leading into the city.
I suggest we head that way, and he points to the caravan.
I mean, I suggest staying away from things that are stone, but yes.
Well, you're going towards a city that's made entirely of stone.
I know how stupid it sounds.
It's the city or the wall that wages. I prefer the city.
Okay.
Well, we're not going to learn anything more by standing around here. Let's going to move on, and Shade will move up to Cultus and make sure Cultus's legs recovered and he's ready to move.
Alrighty. So as you get closer to the city, can I have another Constitution saving throw from everybody, please?
Nah, 20. Why couldn't I have that earlier? Or like at any
It's
point?
above a 10, good or bad? I always forget.
Above a
what comes to
10
play.
is normally good unless you have negatives.
Okay. I'm going to roll something, because we've got 2 success and 2 failures.
Oh.
Okay. So, alrighty. As you get towards the gatehouse, you notice that the moon has set beyond the horizon, and the sun is soaring across the sky in a matter of seconds. Then it's replaced by the moon. A couple of seconds go by, the sun is back up again. It doesn't change the light level of this area, but you are noticing that the sun and the moon are passing across the sky in a matter of seconds.
I think a couple J's have just passed.
I think by now a couple of months have gone past.
Certainly more time than we would expect.
Wait. And Akash is in a panic mode right now, and he is diving into his pockets for a book.
Yep.
How many extra pages have got writing on?
Maybe
Feel free to put
2.
a figure out in your head.
Two or 3. But you do notice that the writing is slowly, across the page.
Akash is just it's yeah, he's well, if we're going to do this, we're going to do this fast, and he's just going to start running, and he's not going to stop
Okay.
until
Before you rush in like a fool.
he's gone.
By chance, does the further he
Okay.
get away, the slower he begins to look for us?
Wait, was it, sorry?
The further he gets away from us, does he become slower?
No.
Okay.
Cultus is going to try to keep up with his limp.
Okay. You're not slowed. It's just that one part of your body is 20 years older than the other.
Yeah. I can't imagine that's something you quickly get used to.
I mean, it's not to the point where it's slowing you down, so that's a good thing, because you didn't age that much.
Yeah.
20 years is a significant amount of time, but you're not that old, where 20 years is going to be a major issue. Yeah, so the rest of you start chasing after him?
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say staying at least 60 feet back, but
Okay.
following him.
Alrighty.
Balthus is actively trying to catch him.
Okay, Angor?
I'll follow behind you. That's
Alrighty.
fine. I'll
Um,
keep up.
yeah, the
Well, I was
city.
keeping an eye out just in case.
The city itself is vast, and even in its muted colours, or lack of colour, it does strike an imposing and somewhat beautiful sight. Many strange creatures and people are stuck in midair, flying between buildings, some seemingly powered by their own momentum, others being carried by flying creatures. The streets are packed with people, and in various places it looks like the entire routes, or an entire route, might be blocked off at you, based by the sheer amount of people. It's or incredibly, or it might be incredibly tricky for you to squeeze your way through at least. As you pass by the caravan and get towards the gatehouse, you see mounted on the wall, looking below, the Lamassu, also petrified, looking down upon those that pass beneath from its chosen perch. We're going to move to this map specifically. Akash, you're up ahead. Yeah, Angor, I'm going to say that you're behind. Oh, for sure there. You're okay, and that's the marching order.
All right.
Okay.
So Golthus is going to actively try to catch Akash and stop him from running in.
Everything is still. So yeah, you can move and catch up to him. Akash, are you still sprinting at this point, or are you?
I mean, yeah, and if this gatehouse looks like it's like
It's open.
if it's open, yeah, he's what 1 second. Yeah, if at this point he might be able to be just coerced into stopping or slowing down.
Well,
Office.
if Golthus can't talk you into stopping, he's going to grab you and stop you. So,
alrighty. Yeah, we'll say you managed to grab a hold of Akash's arm and just pull him to a halt, just start that bridge. For the rest of you.
Akash, will you bloody hold up?
Will you bloody fasten up?
You do not rush in.
He's extremely out of breath, and you can see a complete and utter panic, or not necessarily panic, but a look on his face that you've never seen before, seeing how normal, blasé of the world he normally is, and happy and go lucky. This is not anything like that.
Speak up, lad. What's going on?
Time is passing fast, too fast.
I get that.
You don't get it. You don't get it. If we don't figure this out in the next 5 minutes, it could be too late.
Well, you rush in, we're dead in less than 5 minutes, and then no one figures anything out. Keep your head.
Just hurry up. And he's going to move into the gatehouse.
Okay. Shade and Angor, what are you doing at this moment in time?
Can I think you said from where we're standing we can see this creature.
You can see you can see the back of its head. Sat on the gatehouse.
Maybe it's a bad idea, but Shade needs to kind of confirm for himself, so I'm gonna burn a spell slot
Mm-hmm.
for primeval awareness.
Okay. You detect celestials.
And that's it.
That's it.
Well, I think that is in fact your target, Angor.
I think I might be a bit late to tell it to leave before something happens, however.
If I'm not totally cheated, it's still alive.
When you say it's still alive, is it alive like the last statue we saw?
I won't know unless I see that statue again, but we should make our way up to it. I don't think it's a lost cause yet.
Agreed. And go start walking towards the gatehouse.
Okay.
Same.
So, yeah, feel free to move yourselves on the map, please. Yeah, well, you're going to go underneath that, but yeah. Because you need to go underneath the gatehouse and then... Because that's above you. But with the way that the map works.
I'm getting some weird desync and can't move my character. I'm gonna
Okay, I'll
refresh
move
the
you.
page.
Yeah, I'll move you. Put you there. Alrighty. At this point, yeah, you see an awful lot of people around you. Just general people moving around the streets. Some, there's peddlers and criers and mages wandering about. People carrying things from one end to the other. There's soldiers and guards, and as you turn and look up, you do see the face of a She looks almost elven in nature. She's got high cheekbones and a relatively narrow face. But everything else upon her is a lion, and then she has two pretty large wings that sort of spread out. She doesn't look anxious in any fashion. She just seems to be tranquil and just staring down at you now. What do you do?
I mean, does there look like an easy way to get up there so we can actually get to the top?
You would be able to find a if you peek around, there's like two staircases on either side that you would be able to get up. Up onto the walls. You can open the door. Yeah.
I assume we go up then.
There's like oops, wrong one there. And one here. Your choice.
Go around to the right.
And go start walking around to the right side.
Mm-hmm.
Anywhere where you need me to stop in particular?
No.
Okay. Are you downloading anything, Overkill?
Oh, we're having some issues there.
You can't see anything before.
Interesting.
Not to my knowledge, but I will see what I'm actively investigating. Just keep going.
Okay.
Understand, I can't see whatever's happening.
Alrighty. So yeah, currently you are basically stood at the base of the gatehouse, looking up at the.
Oops.
Yeah, you can do that. You can push open the door.
I don't know if there was a door or not.
The door
that's cool.
The door on the gatehouse is really stiff to move, but because it was partially open, you're just able to put your weight against it and move it very gradually. Almost as if it's far heavier than it looks like, because it looks like it's just a wooden door. But when you try and push it, it looks like it's a ton in terms of weight. And if you want to go all the way up to the tower, which would more or less make you at head height with the lamassu, you can.
Is there a way to get to the lamassu?
Yeah, you would be able to you'd be able to go, because it's not like the staircase goes all the way up to the tower. There's like a bit in the middle where you can get through a door, but that door will require you to make a strength athletics check, please.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that.
As you try and open it, and again, it feels incredibly heavy, but this one isn't open, so.
Thank
Gothos will give a try.
Okay.
Well, try and assist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, try as you might, that door isn't being opened. It's incredibly heavy. And shut, and even like opening the handle, it just feels almost like it's stuck, and there's a little bit of giveaway, but you get the feeling that you might need someone incredibly strong to open it. But you can go all the way up to the top tower. That's what you want to do.
All right. Yeah, let's continue to the top.
Mm-hmm. So that's where you are currently.
Good.
I'll move Shade up here as well. So that Shade. Whoops. I keep
How
moving Shade
high,
along.
This
how
door-
high above? Oh,
Oh, sorry.
So if the lamassu came and stood next to the tower you currently are, you would be at head height with it. Or do you mean how high the next layer down is?
yeah.
It's one floor. You could drop down, but then you would have to figure out a way down from there.
How do we feel about fighting a door?
I was just going to
I
ask.
mean, what would
Mhm.
really happen if you just Eldritch blasted it open?
That's what I was planning. I was thinking about doing just
up to you.
Eldritch Blast, like Eldritch Blast the lock.
I mean, it is a cantrip for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I can do that whenever I want.
if that's what you want.
Sure.
Before we go full wrecking crew on the door here, Shade has spent a lot of time in guard towers.
Yeah.
Is this? I assume this is a similar construction or design he's seen before. Is there a
Yeah,
lock?
more or less,
Is there
yeah.
an obvious way to get around this that he would know about?
No, it's not that the door is locked or there is an easier way or like a specific barrier. The door itself is incredibly heavy. Like 10 times more heavy than it should be. And you're having an issue just even moving the doors.
Is
like the
there
wood
a
itself,
mechanism anywhere that might control it or move it? Sometimes
No,
they intentionally install heavy doors.
The door appears to be exactly the same. It's not an issue with the construction of the door.
Oh, okay.
It's
It might be an
basically
effect.
just rusted shut.
No, it might be an effect of the area where it's making the door because it's stuck in petrified.
The wood is stone and therefore really, really heavy.
Yeah, it's not literally stone, but that's the effect it's got.
Could I, given my knowledge of this type of building, this type of door, could I make some sort of investigation check to see if I can find a weakness that could be exploited to open the door?
Yeah.
Like a weakness in the hinges. If the door is unnaturally heavy, maybe its attachment point isn't strong enough anymore.
Roll an investigation check.
I suppose another possibility is all four of us try and open it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's something you can do.
Okay. I mean, D&D Beyond is saying it's not found. The tabletop's not found, but I rolled a 15.
15. Okay. Yeah. So you can I'd say, because you're inside the tower at this point, you can quite easily remove the bolts off the hinges. You probably don't want to be behind that door when you pull the door down. Once you remove the hinges. But with that check, yeah, you can get the door open, and you can gain access to that area. That's what you want to do.
I think so.
Yeah.
Only
Yeah, everybody stand clear. This should just take a minute.
Alrighty. So you push up the bolts on the hinges and you remove them, and you allow the door to pull back. And it falls away from the hinge and just drops onto the ground with a soundless impact.
Sorry, it hits the ground and there's no sound?
There's no sound now.
That's weird.
I don't like this place.
But you can gain access to the area that the Lamasseur is on.
I shall step out and...
Yeah, I'm going to move you physically because I've set it up so that it's otherwise.
That wall. I'll
you
step
can.
out and walk over to the Lamasseur.
Akash and the Shade, are you moving out there as well?
Yeah. Also, obviously, keeping very close eye on any weird statues that might look slightly out of place. But he's also extremely agitated.
Yep. Roll a wisdom saving throw, please.
Just Akash, or
just Akash, because he's realizing that his pages on his book is okay. That's good enough. Yeah, you get the feeling that there's a solution somewhere, hopefully, and you're clinging to that. Okay. There might be an outage of some kind for you, Overkill. So, for now, are you fine with just continuing?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Alrighty. So, are you stepping out onto the area as well?
Yes.
Okay.
At least I'm probably hanging back a little bit, more observing what's happening. But yes, I want to be with the party.
If the stream works for you, you might just want to open that up and.
Oh yeah, that could work.
Oh, okay. We've got. Oh, I didn't even know. Okay, hi, Enderfire. Sorry, that's a bit late. If you're still here, remove. I just saw the the comments from Enderfire in the chat. Okay. Yeah. So if you want to just just watch the stream for a little bit until maybe the break time, because we'll do a break in a little bit because it's close to 2 hours. Yeah, got 25 minutes. Okay. So yeah, you're behind more or less the Lamasseur. The Lamasseur hasn't moved.
Walk up the Lamasseur and say, Ilma, are you there? Is it Ilma? Is that the correct
Elma?
pronunciation?
Yeah.
Ilma.
Give me a second.
Right, I've done something good. An elephant will pay me back.
I just
I'm
need
going
to
to go to
check.
space and be up an elephant.
I just need to check a stat block real quick. Ah, okay.
Oh.
Alrighty. In your head, you hear a long, drawn-out sound that just continues and continues and continues, and you can't understand it. It's like Angor wouldn't know this specifically, but Dstar, you might. It's like when you've seen a recording of someone that's like turned down the speed by like 10 million%. And all you're hearing is the distorted sound of a voice. And that's it.
Is it? Can I like? It's not unbearable or anything. It's just
no. It's just a long, a really, really long note that just continues and continues and continues and continues and continues and just repeats for a long time. This voice is going to be in your head for a long time whilst you're next to it. It's not utterly discomforting, but it is ever present.
I think it's still alive. Please tell I'm not the only one that can hear this.
I'm guessing none of the rest of us do.
Angel was the person that communicated with it, so
Okay.
Hear what?
Noise?
It's definitely a voice. It's just you have no idea what it's saying.
It sounds like a voice, but I'm not sure what it's saying.
I'm not
Trying
hearing
to
anything,
say.
I'm afraid.
This place is dead.
It's terrifyingly quiet.
But you're hearing something.
Very much, yes.
From our statue here.
From somewhere. It might be the statue.
You can tell it's in your head, but beyond that,
It's in my head, so I mean, I might just be going crazy. It's been a weird 48 hours, if it has been 48 hours.
it's been way more than 48 hours by judging from the sun and the moon.
Oh dear.
All right. Now that we're at the city, kind of looking off
Mhm.
in the distance, is there anything that at first glance might appear to be some kind of library or
I will give you
temple
advantage on
or-
this roll because you've gone up to the gatehouse and there's a bit of a line of sight because of the height that you've gotten now. So it'll be a perception check with advantage.
Okay.
Wow. That
Apparently
was.
not.
I mean,
This is smoke cloud.
in the distance, on the horizon, and it's not really a. I mean, it's a horizon for the city. Directly. I'm trying to figure out the orientation. Directly to the south, just on the horizon, there is a bright white light that looks like an explosion of some kind that's been frozen in time.
Okay. That's not something you see every day.
John,
Mm-hmm.
while we're taking a moment to look out over the city and we see this big explosion in the background,
Mm-hmm.
off call it a hunch, call it random instinct, call it detectives or
Intuition.
intuition. Shade would like to look out over the city, and is there a temple to the jester here?
There may well be. Not one that you would be able to recognize from this distance. I mean, you can roll a perception check at advantage and see what you see.
Okay.
But it's not like they put like a giant jester hat on top of the temple.
Yeah.
Which is a shame.
It's a
No
shame.
neon signs saying
No.
Jester here.
No.
Boys, what ahead?
Mm-hmm.
No, they would just have gnome criers outside the building.
Yeah, probably. Almost
Sorry,
certainly.
not gnome, mime.
They might have
Mine.
gnomes too.
Okay,
No
I make a
mines.
perception check at advantage, you said?
Yes. Yeah.
You would think their jest has to be a sign somewhere.
Aha.
I don't know if that came through, but it was a 16.
16. Okay. Yeah, so back when you were in the Vault of Knowledge, this map, this city was sort of laid out on a map that you'd seen when you visited Clack specifically, and you remember seeing the sort of orientation of the city, and judging from where that explosion is, on the Vault of Knowledge's map specifically, that would indicate the workshop, which is what Clax had basically told you to go and visit, if at all possible.
Well, that big bright explosion over there, if I'm remembering the map from Professor Clax's office correctly, is in the direction of the workshop, which is where he wanted us to go. Angor, have we done what we needed to do? It looks like it's still here. Can we go? Do we need to do something?
I will say, yeah, with your 16 shade,
Yes.
every now and then you would have kept an eye on the statues. One has moved closer.
Shit, mover. And he just
Where?
points out to it and immediately draws his crossbow to aim on it.
Huh? Right below the gatehouse, almost. That one there.
I swear, John, if you've been moving that statue without any of us noticing, fair play.
I wish he would have, although I think the actual YouTube observer would have seen it move.
No, they wouldn't have until
No,
I
would they not?
pinged it.
Oh man, that's cool.
Because it was zoomed in on you guys specifically, and then when I pinged it,
Oh yeah.
it zoomed out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
It's
fuck, it did.
standing there,
Yeah.
and it's looking up at you.
Can I tell if it's the same statue from before?
With the amount of light that this area has, the somewhat distance that you have, it's possible, but maybe not.
I've got low light vision to 60 feet, and if it's dark here, I should be invisible.
It's not dark, it's twilight. So it's not necessarily constantly shade, but it's dim light everywhere. So you
I'm
might be
constantly
able to-
shade.
Well, yeah, I know,
Same.
but don't you get started with the puns, jeez.
Oh,
alright.
come on. That one was just begging for it.
Yeah,
Shade's
see,
not a punny guy.
I wouldn't say it's so dark that you're invisible at this moment in time. But I would say if you roll me a perception check again,
Sure. Not at advantage this time, just straight.
not advantage, yeah, just straight.
Maybe I see a chip somewhere that's from me.
It doesn't appear to be the same one. It doesn't. There isn't any scratches or impacts on it that you guys had performed previously.
Doesn't look like it's the same one. I don't see any impacts on it.
What
How
does this
many of
one
these
look
things
like?
Are there?
This one looks like a generic townsman who is just walking along the street.
Okay.
Really aren't.
Yeah,
Eric?
Akash is turning around to make check on these guards up here again.
Alrighty. So as you turn and look, at the guards across the way there, you notice across the bridge there is a statue on the bridge.
Got a mover over here as well.
All right.
What'd you like to do?
Assuming there's more than two. Fighting them didn't seem to work too well. So how do we stay ahead of them?
Good question. How do you?
Okay. Oh. What sort of plan would a worrying Akash come up with at this moment in time?
Yeah. What would a worrying, panicking Akash do at this time?
Well, here's the thing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because he is worrying Akash at this moment in time, there is a high chance that he is not necessarily looking at this mover at all points in time
Mm-hmm.
now, but he would be flittering back to all of these ones that are around him and the one that is um, on the bridge frequently.
Okay.
Okay, and I will pause it there until
Alright.
or in case anything does happen.
Colphus, what are you doing at this moment?
Keeping an eye for any movement with the statues, but we
Which one?
clearly have to get to the workshop.
Yeah, which one?
So, he's gonna watch the one down on the street.
Okay. Shade and Angor, what about you?
Angor, you gonna do anything?
You go first. I was
So
gonna say-
anyway, I started blasting.
Okay, which one are you targeting?
Well, I've got a better shot at the one in front of me, so we're gonna shoot that one in the face.
Alrighty, so roll the attack and possibly the damage if you score decently well. Angor, what are you doing at the moment as well whilst he's shooting?
Do I only get one action?
I want to know. Yeah, I want to know what you're doing in this instant.
Oh,
Nice.
I'm going to tell the statue what I was told to tell it, which is
Mhm.
Yofi says to leave.
Yeah. Although based on
For
your
anything.
based
Yeah.
on your experience with the head thing, if you roll me an intelligence check real quick. Okay, you are reasonably certain that it's whatever message you had given to the creature, to the Lamassu, probably didn't get through.
Okay.
Yeah, if whatever it is saying to you is being stretched out to such a significant degree that you can't understand it, probably in reverse, there's probably some shenanigans going on there as well. Okay, so Akash, as you're darting between the two statues, trying to figure out what's going on, Shade is taking a shot at the one down in the street. Colphus, you're also keeping an eye on that, and Angor is desperately trying to communicate with the Lamassu. The one that was down on the bridge is now. It's not right there, but it's like on the edge of that wall there. Just appeared.
Wait, so it can move up to the wall?
Yeah, it's just moved. It's just like you were looking between them, and when you look back, it was right in front of your face almost.
Okay. No, Akash. Right now, then there's no reason why not to do the spell that he was thought of earlier because nobody else is in his blast zone.
Uh-huh.
So,
Hold on real
Dagger
quick.
Cloud?
Oh, the daggers. Yep. Yep. What's the damage on Shade's attack specifically?
The crit was 13, and the extra D8 for attacking on my first turn was a 4, so 17 total.
17 total.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you take a small chunk out of the statue down on the ground there. It doesn't look particularly harmed.
Okay. And assuming we're going normal combat order, can I take my bonus action attack as well?
Yeah. I mean, if you're wanting to stand and fight, you can do that, or you can just take your attack and then continue as we would normally.
Well, okay. The bonus, I can still run, but
Yeah.
it's attack bonus action and run, right?
You've always got your movement, unless something says otherwise. You've always got at least 30 feet of movement.
Okay, is it an incidental, or would it be a bonus action to kind of turn
we-
to the group and yell, "What are we doing?"
We are not in hard combat right now, so you can do whatever you want to do.
Somebody needs to make a decision, and I'm gonna fire off the second
Mhm.
attack on the
Alrighty.
thing that's coming at me.
Akesh, do your Cloud of Daggers. As we're doing the quote-unquote second round.
Oh,
Arrows will just take the first damage. Yeah.
oh, 14. That's not bad.
Yeah, you send like sparks and stuff flying from the statue as you grind against it with the Cloud of Daggers. Doing a decent amount of damage. Okay.
Yeah, and then so with that, Akash. So yeah, he's just going to scream, "Run!" Run to the workshop.
Mhm.
And with that inspiration, it will be a use of his bardic inspiration. Where is it?
Okay.
To
Allow them to move up to their movement speed as a reaction, yeah?
it is that. It is
Yeah.
Mantle of Inspiration. As a
Mantle of
bonus
Inspiration.
action, spend 1 use of bardic inspiration to grant 5 temporary hit points to 3 creatures you can see. So that's my allies.
Mhm.
So you 3 notice you've got 5 temporary hit points as well. Each creature can immediately use its reaction to move up to its speed without provoking opportunity attacks.
Cool. So everybody can move up to their movement speed. I'll say that with your 30 feet, you can get right up. You don't have to go next to the statue on the street there, but you can get all the way up to that. At least up to that.
Do I still have my, since this is my first turn, do I still have my +10, so I should have 40?
Yeah,
This
40
is
foot of movement. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not in full combat, so I'll say, yeah, you've got your 40 foot of movement.
So, and then Akash is also going to then move with them.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, same.
Okay.
but obviously he's got his cloud of daggers around him, so he will at least keep 5 feet away from them.
Okay, no worries. So yeah, all of you guys starts breaking into a run. Okay, can I have, as you guys are running through the streets heading towards that explosion in the distance, can I have all of you roll a Constitution saving throw, please? As you guys are running through the streets and you're noticing every now and then you'll look over your shoulder and you see the movers, as you're calling them, are moving in tangent with you. And keeping that distance. Or maintaining the distance, I should say. Okay. As you guys are moving through the city now, you look up into the sky just for a moment, and you see there is no sun in the sky anymore and no moon. But what you are seeing is just a band of red and yellow light streaking across the sky, and it sort of wobbles between north and south. You also see a white band as well moving in a similar direction, creating a similar light and sort of wobbling. And there's just no difference between night and day anymore. It's just a blur in the sky. You see the stars. Hold on. You see the stars above, now not fully blacked out by the sunlight, have appeared in the sky as well, and they are also slightly blurry in the sky.
I think Akash's book is going to be very full.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the thing, because he's just got a nat 1, as well as this, I feel very stupid for doing this. Or would it be a problem with you, John, if he did a wisdom saving throw with disadvantage?
No, you can
To
do a
see
wisdom
if he,
saving throw.
even if he just gives up and stays still. Or
Sure. It's up to you. You can do that if you want to. It's up to you.
Yeah.
I'll let you do it.
Yeah, I understand. It's just, well, where's this thing that allows me to change? Disadvantage, and this is going to hurt. Oh, no. Yep. There's still hope.
Okay,
still
yeah. I would have said this DC was pretty high, but you've beat it with a 15. So yeah, there is a moment when you look down at the pages on your book, and like the sun being passed in a matter of seconds, each page in the book is passed in like 1 or 2 seconds. Just text upon text upon text. Detailing events that you probably don't really want to look too far into. Yeah. So yeah, as you are racing through the city and you eventually get to the workshop, we are going to take a break right here. We're going to take 5-10 minutes, so I can get a drink and whatnot, and then we'll be back. Maybe about 5:10 past, depending on things in the background. So we'll be back shortly. Yeah, be right back. Okie dokie, and we're back. As you guys are sort of racing through the streets, we'll keep on this map for a split second, but we will be changing very shortly. Okay. Alrighty, so you race down the streets and pursued by these statues. The worst thing about it is that because these statues look quite similar to the people on the streets, you never know which one is which. And you do fairly sure feel like someone grabbing your shoulder or grabbing your arm before you're able to pull it free, and you're sort of racing towards the workshop. And that frozen explosion gets larger and larger. Not because it's expanding outwards, but because you're getting so close to it. So, upon arriving at the workshop, you see many different buildings within an area. The furthest of which looks like it's breaking apart as an explosion from the inside has been frozen in place. None of the petrified are seemingly reacting, carrying out what you presume are their weird, normal mage lives. You see a sign outside that's just about to be obliterated by flying bricks that reads Index Experimentation Chamber. Across the way you see another sign that reads Varelon's Automaton Workshop and Arcane Material Storage. And then another building that you see quite close by is labelled the Archive. So you've got... so you've arrived in a sort of courtyard, not too dissimilar to the Vault of Knowledge. There's a whole bunch of buildings, but the two that's closest to and is the Varelon's Automaton Workshop and Arcane Materials Storage, the Archive, and then a bit further on is the Index Experimentation Chamber that is currently exploding.
Can I have? I guess it would be make a perception check, but can I take a quick peek in that automaton workshop, just look in a window or something? I'm basically trying to see if there's anything in there that maybe resembles a similar model or chassis to Professor Clack's.
So you look in a window, and all you really see is a corridor, and then a whole bunch of doors on the inside leading to various different rooms, and they're all sort of labeled. But from your current position, you can't really read what those symbols are. You'd have to go into the door and check. The door is ajar just a bit, so it seems that you won't have as much trouble getting in there as you would say. As you would say that the guardhouse that you'd been in previously.
Right, because I can just kind of slip in the partially open door.
You can just push it open because this is already open. You can get in easily enough. Yeah.
All right, to the rest of the party. Hey, hold up a minute. On a hunch, Professor Clax, I wonder if he was assembled here? Or maybe he worked here. Just give me a sec. I want to have a quick look. And
hold on. We'll say this building is massive.
Oh, okay.
It's not like
a little shop.
Yeah, it's a massive. Yeah, it's because it's not only is it the automaton workshop, but it's also storage for arcane materials and all sorts of stuff. So you have a peek in the doorway and you see like a sign that has a whole bunch of this way to the automaton workshop, this way to the herb room, etc., etc.
Oh, okay. It's not as.
Yeah, it's not nearly. It doesn't look as big as the Vault of Knowledge, but it's still a pretty large building. So you will need to. I would advise you not go alone, but you can if you want to.
Okay. I mean, it sounded like Cultus was volunteering, so Cultus, you want to come in?
Yeah, you're not going alone.
I don't intend to wander off for hours trying to look. I'm just trying to see if there's anything like a signboard with who works here, anything that might give me an inclination. I have my suspicions about Professor Clax. This seems like the type of place, if he had been here, maybe this is where he'd have been.
That's what you want to do?
Yeah.
Angor and Akash, are you going in there as well? Who's staying on the outside? What are you doing?
This is not the environment to even be alone, not looking in corners.
Mm-hmm.
So, if Akash keeps his wits about him and stops stops his eyes from jutting down to the pocket with the books in,
Mm-hmm.
he will be back to somebody almost.
Okay.
If we've stopped.
Angor?
If Akash follows the party, he'll follow the party. Otherwise, he'll stay with Akash.
Okay. Give me a second. I want to make sure I'm on the right map. And I'll move you guys over. If it loads. Right. Yep, okay. Assuming this loads correctly. Yep, there you are. You guys are on a pathway leading into the workshop. There are some statues sat on benches nearby. What would you like to do?
Quickly move past creepy statues and hope they don't move.
Okay.
Cultists will have the sword ready in case they do.
Like I said, the door is ajar just slightly, so you can push it open easily enough.
I thought it was a door.
There is a door.
I hate you, Lance. I hate you, Lance.
I hate you. Okay. So as you push open the door, Shade, statue right there in front of you.
Panic. Not panic. Totally did not just get jump scared by a statue.
Why'd I feel like just fired an arrow into the statue's face?
So instead of being scared, Shade is rock solid.
Lance?
I swear I'm going to come up with the opposite of inspiration for the next game. And I'm going to give you disadvantage when you make puns. I would, yeah. Angor and Akash, make sure you're moving along with the party, or moving at least, not just staying at the edge. Alrighty. Okay. So what do you guys do once you've opened the door? I will say that on a nearby wall on the inside, you see an arrow pointing to the left. So like on this wall here, you see an arrow pointing to the left. Yeah, to the left. That states Verulin's Automaton Workshop. If you want to roll a perception check. See if you notice there's anything else on that list, because there's a lot of them. Come
on, my dice hate me.
Yeah, all you're really seeing is...
You've had at least 2 nat 20s.
I've had 1 nat 20, but that's my second or third nat 1.
I think that's your third one, yeah. Yeah, all you're really looking at is the Automaton Workshop, because you're chasing that lead. And everything else is just noise.
Yep.
Do you go that way?
Somebody else make a roll or do something. Otherwise, Shade's going to continue to blindly lead us into rabbit holes.
That's what your idea.
Yeah, I guess I'm following the Automaton Workshop sign because apparently I'm blind to anything else.
All right, so you very carefully step around the statue and you start heading down. This room that you're passing is labeled sanctified coffins for use against vampires.
Cool.
Sorry, apparently I was muted. I was wondering if I should do a perception check as well.
If you want to do a perception check to look at the sign, you're more than welcome to.
All right.
Also, John, do you have this set for dark vision? I can see there are some lights in here, and I wasn't sure.
Okay, so alright, so yeah, the thing about these lights is They are magical lights, which means that the light does get out somewhat, and that's immediately around the lamp on the wall. But whatever the strange effect of this place is, whatever light there is not reaching any further than the bare edges of the lamp. So whilst you can see the light, you can see the magical light from the lamp. Any additional light that it would usually provide isn't getting anywhere. It's strange that, judging from the amount of lamps and everything that's everywhere, this place should be properly lit up, but it's not. And that strange twilight that's on the outside is also on the inside.
Okay, so is it dimly lit here? Is it dark?
It's dimly lit.
Okay.
And
Am I like constantly disappearing and reappearing then?
Yeah, more or less, yeah. Also, bearing in mind, I checked, the invisibility only applies on creatures that rely on dark vision to see.
Ah, fair point.
So if there's something that sees with echolocation or something like that, they'll be able to see you. You're not invisible to them.
Yeah, but if they have normal vision or dark vision, then
You're completely invisible to them. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I had a look at that because I had to check for Mercretia specifically, because of his abilities. And so I wasn't cheating you out of your invisibility, but it's very specifically dark vision related sight.
Yep.
So the results on the 9. I mean, you do see a portal room, and the arrow is pointing upwards. You see a variety of different storage rooms and training rooms and weapon testing facilities and stuff like that, but nothing that jumps immediately out at you, Colfus, beyond just the portal room. That's ahead of you.
Apparently there's a portal room somewhere above us.
No, it's not up. It's like...
Oh, redhead?
Yeah, like right. Yeah. Oh, no, that's... Hold on. Okay. Like that way.
Okay.
It's straight ahead.
Also, I'm realizing I've moved the... Apologies, stream. I'd moved the screen so it wasn't showing past you. Actually, I can probably zoom out a little bit. There we go. Okay, so yeah, so that's what you see when you're scanning that. Feel free to move. You're not in combat or anything like that, so you can move.
Okay. Well, for the moment, Cultist is going to stick with Shade as best he can.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, you're passing by the room with the sanctified coffins, used specifically against vampires.
Okay, and I'm just gonna basically move down the hall and scan doors and look on the other side of the hall for signs as we go, with that same kind of hunch in mind that I'm looking for any signs of Professor Clax.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Akash and Angor, now that you're at that crossroads, what are you doing at that point as you're entering?
And I'm just following the other two.
Mm-hmm.
What's the cash doing?
I am literally like back to back to you, trying to completely mimic your walking back reversed.
Mm-hmm. Anything else that you're doing?
Keeping an eye out. Obviously,
yeah, like
but...
keep an obvious watch on.
As many statues as possible, probably.
As many statues as possible.
Okay. So you're not closing the door.
We can close the door.
You can close the door.
No, because well, do we want a quick escape or do we want? Like,
do we think statues can open doors?
Yes, they have hands.
They did grab the kid. Yes, they can open doors. But do we want to be able to hear them coming in? No, there's no sound in this realm. Fuck.
Well, you guys can talk to each other, so anything that you do, you can make sounds. But anything that's naturally here doesn't make any sound.
Oh yeah.
The door won't make sound.
At one moment, do I have illusion? I should have illusion.
Minor illusion?
This is in spells.
I know one of you has
I've got I
I've got minor illusion.
you've got minor illusion. Could you just like put the
Akash, you have that hat of illusion.
yeah? That turns me into other things.
Um,
I will hold on to that thought later.
okay.
What you want to do now? It's evil that you're doing it.
Okay. Okay.
How big's the door? In cube size?
In your cube size. It's not well. It's about 10 foot across. It's a double door.
Can I make like in the center
Mhm.
what looks like an illusion, looks like debris?
Yeah.
So that's some minute.
What is your spell save DC?
Spell save DC is 14.
14. Okay. Okay.
I just want it to look like it's difficult for things to get past.
Yeah. But illusions are only illusions as long as the thing
Sure.
that's seeing them is aware of what they are, or
Yeah.
it believes that they are an illusion. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And that lasts a minute, or is it 10 minutes?
I think it's a minute
It's a minute.
because you need major image and stuff like that for it to be longer. Or you need to be a sorcerer. Alrighty. So you guys are moving down that corridor. If you keep going, I'll say that the next corridor that's on your, coming up, the automaton workshop isn't in that area, so you can keep moving. This one is the ranged weapon testing room.
Ooh, tempting. But no signs of Professor Clax.
No signs of Professor Clax. No.
Okay. Assuming the rest of the party's keeping up, he'll probably keep moving, but might stare at that door a half second longer longingly.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay.
Elphus, I'm assuming you're keeping up, unless stated otherwise.
Yes. Yeah.
I won't split you up like that.
We'll catch up to them, I assume.
Yeah. Unless you said otherwise, I'm assuming you're keeping up with each other so that you don't get separated. Like, unless you said specifically, I'm going to go check this room out whilst these guys are doing X, Y, or Z. I'm going to assume that you're keeping up. What sort of distance are you guys maintaining, roughly? Like 10 feet, 5 feet, 20 feet?
Me and Akash, or me and the other group?
So
I'm going to stay close as I can.
As close as you can, so you're maintaining about 5 foot distance then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Cultists will do the same, about 5 feet.
Okay. Alrighty. So you continue along. The next room, that's also the ranged room. The room right ahead of you. So, this door specifically doesn't have a plaque on it that tells you what it is. So you get the feeling that it's probably like a back exit out of that room there. But this room here is labeled prayer room. Is there anything else?
Prayer room?
Yeah. You are within the Congregation of the Arcane, their workshop, and their facilities. This is a religious order of mages. So they definitely have a prayer room basically everywhere. At some point.
Mages are weird.
Can I just ask quickly before we continue here? Is there a rule I can make to try and remember the placement of statues?
You certainly can.
So dawns on me, I should have made this comment earlier.
Yeah,
I just thought about it now.
No worries. I will say this will probably be an intellect and history check. because that's the best thing that I can come up with. It's you're short of like having cartography tools and mapping out specifically. This is the best way that I can think of to track this. Okay.
Oh,
As far as you're aware, you're keeping good track of where the statues are.
okay, good. I'll catch up to the others now.
Alrighty. Is anybody else doing anything specifically whilst you're moving?
Cothis is keeping out for anything that moves, but basically that's just in the immediate area, so...
Yeah. Prakash?
Everybody moved.
Yeah. Aris? Unless stated otherwise, I'm assuming you're keeping up. So don't...
Wrong way.
Button spams.
Aris. Okay, so... Do you want to do anything whilst you're moving through the corridors?
See, this seems like it might be a really good actual point for Akash to actually focus and breathe and blink a few times and activate his limited shots of night vision.
Oh, okay.
This place is dark.
It is.
And he doesn't like not knowing. I mean, he's used to not knowing what things are moving in the dark, but this is things that are actually attacking him. So apart from that, and again keeping watch and basically not liking the fact that he's in enclosed space and can't fly away. Yeah.
Do you want to roll a wisdom saving throw, please?
Ah, crap.
I'll give you advantage.
Oh, that's cool.
Because fortunately, because you're the tight space is twofold. Sure, you don't have a lot of space to run, but you also don't have to keep looking around so much because there's only certain ways that they can get at you. Okay, you're cool, calming down a little bit. You've got a way forward at least, and you're trying to figure out like, okay, this is the vault of knowledge 150 years ago. Basically, you've got options here. Shade. You see this plaque there, and you do see the automaton workshop sign from that distance because you've got pretty good dark vision.
Okay. Hey, it's right up here. And I'm going to make my way down the hallway.
Okay.
All right. So what's the plan here?
Plan is to try to find information about whether or not Professor Clax was here. I don't know what the hell we're doing. There was an explosion. Where were we supposed to go? This looked like it might vaguely have something to do with what Professor Clax was mentioning, so I'm investigating.
Okay.
All right then.
Try opening the door.
Yeah. FYI, Shade might be slightly panicking.
Okay, roll a strength check. Athletics.
Strength check.
As the door is closed and you're having to get a bit of a pressure on it. Okay. The door does move slightly. Might need someone to come in and assist and push open the door.
Yeah. Cothis will give him a hand.
Roll an athletics check. Okay. Ish. You very, very slowly get that door open. And inside, you see it's a relatively small workshop. But inside, you see immediately, because it's quite present, is a headless metal automaton that is on a. It looks like an upright surgical table. That's over here. The automaton is missing a head, its left arm, and its right leg, but it's stood upright and it's restrained in the sort of surgical harness-like thing that's there. You do see on the inside there is a, and this is the weird thing. Everything else is muted colors, but this thing is copper-colored, and you can see with the chest there's got like a little door and it's open slightly. You do see a vaguely familiar purple glow from some sort of stone on the inside. Shade, if
Well,
you roll me an
this
intelligence check, please.
Intelligence check.
Yeah, just straight intelligence.
Okay.
Okay. It looks like it's the same shade of purple that you had seen through Klax's many holes on his broken copper armor.
Interesting. So maybe automatons aren't affected by whatever this is. Cultist, look around. Help me see if you can find any more of this thing.
All right.
Listen. We searched
say
the
that-
room.
I'll say
Mhm.
this, John. Angor's probably going to stand outside the door and just keep an eye on the hallway,
Alright.
just keeping an eye out.
Akash, are you doing the same, or are you going inside as well?
I am doing the same,
Okay.
which I find at the moment quite hilarious because you've got the two
Yep.
casters who could make pretty much the most noise.
Okay. Alrighty, so Colfus and Shade, can you roll me investigation checks, please? Okay. Alrighty. So Shade, the top wall there that's got the books on little lecterns, you are seeing they are open so you can read them, and you can see like various different diagrams that seem to be blueprints to create or repair automatons. And they're at different places. One of them is the arm, one of them is the head, one of them is the legs. And
Well, at least the books are frozen to the correct pages.
Colfus, the chest that's up near the anvil, you open that up. It's a bit stiff, but you're able to open it up because it's not locked. You do see a leg in there. And I'll say on the table with all the tools to the south, you see the arm.
Well, I found some of him.
Any signs of the head?
Not
Not
in
so
this room.
far.
From what you can see. You do see the door that's nearest Colfus. There's a little plaque on that says Verlin's office. Oh, I will say, looking at one of the books, Shades, now that you're standing on it and you didn't notice it at first, but now that you're looking at the books properly, on the middle book, looking at the pages, there is a hamster frozen in place.
Oh, Cultist, recognize this, and I point to the frozen hamster.
Now that you mention it. Yes, a little bit. He's gonna take another look at the body on the thing, and how much of this looks like? Does any of this look anything like Dr. Clock's?
Looking at this body, granted you've not seen Professor Clax without his clothing, it is entirely possible that this could be Clax. You'd need to find the head first.
So breaking into the office then?
Well, we could try the door, see if it's not locked.
I just meant
Wait.
that it might be stone and sealed shut. But yeah, sure.
Are you? Am I hearing you guys correctly from in there?
What?
Are you telling me we've just found potentially clacks?
I'm not sure what we found, who we found, if...
Or perhaps Professor Clax is this. Wait, what was the name of the office?
Verlin.
Or perhaps Professor Clax is this Verilyn character. I don't know, but it looks suspicious. Frozen hamster in here. Frozen hamster at Professor Clax's office. We don't have the head yet, but it's possible that this automaton is Professor Clax. It's got
That
Not-
upper.
doesn't make any sense. Let's
Not-
find the head first.
Well, we
Oh.
met old men and then we met children. Who were those old men? So I don't know.
Shade, not to poke a flaw in this, but surely if Clax had survived this, he would have, something adjacent to the Revenant chasing him.
Yeah, the thought has crossed my mind, but I'm trying not to think about the army of undead that are gonna kill me whenever I leave this place at the moment.
So the statues don't get us first.
You just make sure they don't move, and we'll be all good.
Trying
Strength.
to.
Hold on, before you open the door, strength check, please.
Okay.
Athletics. I've been playing Fallout, and you kind of have to specify what ability you're using, what special stat, and what skill you're using. That's why I'm doing that. Okay, Shade, as you try the door, it's quite a bit more easier than you were expecting, and you open the door and you push it open, and you're able to open it up easily enough without assistance. And inside, you see a female, rather beautiful mage sitting at the desk. On the desk is an old teapot that also looks familiar. You see a notebook and various knickknacks around the room, and then there's also a statue looking at the mage, who appears to be some sort of guard.
Okay, definitely not Dr. Clax.
I will say, do you step into the room?
Call this well.
Just
Yeah, I guess.
peek in. Yeah, as you step into the room, on the left-hand side, on the stack of shelves, on the northern side, sorry. So this area here. You see a mustacheless head of Clax.
Okay. This is gonna get weird.
You
Going
don't
to.
you don't see the mustache, but the head is there. If you want to roll me an insight check, not insight check, investigation check
Sure.
around this room. Okay. Alrighty.
Oh, well
Shade,
done.
you're sort of distracted
nice.
by just a ton of knickknacks on the room. But before you're even able to notice it, you do notice it as well, but Colfus is immediately there before you. Colfus, you notice on the on the desk there's the open book, and it's like a sort of diary, and it sort of references how Verlin has been repairing this strange automaton that's appeared from nowhere and asked for assistance. And she keeps noticing how the library automatons, in their primitive mindset compared to Clax, keep stealing his mustache to use as a paperweight in the archive.
Okay, I think despite everything that's going on here, that's gonna make him snicker.
But it does appear to frustrate this mage quite a bit, because she keeps having to look for the mustache. Because she says it doesn't appear as though the the automaton Klax can talk without the mustache.
Great. Now we have to go find his ridiculous mustache. Personally,
Yeah.
it looked better without it.
Colthus is actually laughing now. Just... All right.
Okay. And Shade is poking his head out the door and kind of yelling to the rest of the party. Turns out it looks like it is Klax. Bad news. We got his head, his arm, and his leg, but he can't talk without a mustache. So we have to go find his mustache, which may or may not have been stolen by one of the other automatons to be used as a paperweight.
What?
That's about it, yes.
You understand how stupid that sounds, right?
We just read
Also
it. You can come in
hilarious.
here and read it yourself if you want.
Oh, no. I fully understand the idea of actually, now if we manage to get, back, stealing his mustache, and doing something with it, and he can't even speak to tell anybody about it, as funny. But right now, trying to find it in this.
Well,
I mean,
we need answers. We're not going to get them anywhere else. This is somebody we actually might be able to talk to.
so you want to search somewhere else for something that we might not be able to find, come back here and stick it on his face and then assemble him?
Well,
so
let
how
me-
would it be Klax?
Let me put it this way. From what we're seeing, someone that we previously met is here, not alive, not intact, not functional. I don't claim to understand any of it. But if we're going to set things to right, we can start with him.
He's mentioned in the diary. I mean, we can't turn the pages of the book, but it suggests that he might actually have some knowledge about what the hell's happening here.
Mhm.
And the fact that he's, lived outside and exists outside this world, I mean, he's got to have a better shot than anyone else at knowing what's going on, right?
You also know that, like, even his limbs are copper colored. They aren't muted like everything else.
Plus, look, it's actually like bright and shiny. He's not affected by whatever the hell is screwing up everyone else.
Do we have a lead to find his mustache? It's a sentence I don't think I'd be saying today, but here we are.
The other automatons like to take it to the archive to use as a paperweight, whatever that means.
Where's the archive?
You'd
think
seen it on the
upstairs in the
outside,
building.
yeah.
So before Colthus leaves the room to go back towards Shade, there's a door to the south.
Yeah.
He's going to try and open
right.
that.
Roll athletics check, please. Oops. Yeah, that's good enough. You have a little bit of a struggle to push open the door, but you open it up and it leads into a corridor.
Oh,
Close it.
brilliant.
This place is a bit of a maze.
I was hoping for a closet, but it would seem that this is like a certain vault of knowledge.
Well, then maybe we don't go diving down the rabbit hole.
You sort of did that when we started walking down the hallways, so
No. I was looking for a specific objective. And then I point to Professor Klax's head on the shelf. Look, found it.
Could I hear this
Just put him
conversation?
back
Yeah.
together.
It's literally the only sound that you can hear.
Can I see if there's any lines on the floor of like color variety, like about
Oh.
knowledge?
Oh, no, there isn't. This
Okay.
place isn't
Okay.
inherently magical like the Vault of Knowledge, by the looks of it.
Okay.
But when you were looking in the window, the interior was reflected in the correct way.
So should we try to assemble what's present of him here and then go looking for the mustache, or just leave everything as it is and then come back?
well, if you can't speak without the mustache, I think I would be rather annoyed if I couldn't say anything and was stuck on a table.
True, but if we assemble him, maybe he can help us find the mustache. Maybe he might know where the other automatons take it.
That's a fair point.
Hang on.
Mhm.
If this, if Klax isn't affected by all of this, does that mean the other automatons aren't affected by this as well?
We haven't run into any, we can't know that.
You don't know. Maybe.
But maybe it would be helpful to have somebody who knows the city a little better. I mean, even if he can't talk, he can motion, and we can explain. He can listen.
Alright, let's see if we can put them together.
I grab Professor Klax's head.
Okay. Yeah, it's a little bit weighty, but you can do it.
I will go get the leg.
Alrighty. Okay, so to
And
attach.
then the arm.
Yep. Easily done. You. And yeah, surprisingly, despite like everything else being incredibly weighty, these are what you would imagine the weight of the arms and the legs to be. So yeah, I need you guys to roll me Arcana checks to fit the parts.
Okay, yep, this is gonna go great.
Mm-hmm. The DC has
Sorry,
been
athletics?
lowered. No, Arcana. The DC
Oh.
has been lowered because you do have the blueprints in front of you, or well, behind you.
Yeah,
You can
John, but we're
reference
still
them.
talking about me and my dice here, so
Colfus, as you hold like the arm socket to socket, you notice that the sort of wiring that's inside start to move as if reaching out to try and connect automatically. And you make sure it's all lined up properly, and you click it into place, and the arm stays where it is. Looks like you've done something correct there. Shade, seeing this, you try and do the same with the head, and you let go, and the head just topples off, and you quickly grab it, where it drops onto the ground.
maybe you should do this, Cultus.
Alright, I'll give it a try. It seems to figure itself out if you give it a moment.
Arcana? Okay, yeah, so you lower the head down very, very gently, giving the wires enough time to arrange themselves. And the head gets lowered down and clicks also into place. And there's
We
just
still need to get the arm, right?
no, the leg and the mustache.
Okay, where's the leg?
Leg was
Colfus
on the bench to the south.
I'll say that you can quite easily just go over and grab it. Roll an Arcana check. The DC is pretty low, so you've got a chance because you've got a +2. Alrighty, Shade. Following Colfus's example, you connect up the. You connect everything up. And yeah, the leg gets put into place. But Klax doesn't seem to be moving once everything else is in place. Just standing there, staring.
Well, he's mostly together. What happens now?
Well, we can check those notes, see if we're missing anything. Otherwise,
I go check the diagrams.
Wait for him to wake up, maybe.
Yeah. So, what languages does Shade speak specifically?
Oh, a few.
Yeah.
Celestial, Common, Dwarvish, Elvish, Undercommon.
Okay. You do see some writing that's in note form. that looks almost as old as the diagrams themselves. They do look like Elvish, but you can't read it.
Weird.
It appears to be in a language that's quite like Elvish, but not.
Any scholarly sorts that know different dialects of Elvish? There's some weird footnotes here that I can't read.
Sounds like an shit.
Suppose we
Someone
could take a
spoke
look.
with me.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Where am I going? Over here?
Over to the books on the side there, yeah.
Alright,
Um,
what can I read?
You don't know what language it is, but you can read it.
I can read that.
It says that after being separated from the body parts for some time, Klax must be reunited with his mustache. And then it's signed. Tinker Archfey.
Oh. If I said we have no hope of getting this to working, will you believe me?
I wouldn't be surprised.
We need his mustache.
Of course we do.
But it says Tinker Archfey. Anyone know that name? I doubt we'd know it, but...
You know he's an Archfey. You get the feeling that these might be manuscript blueprints created by whoever made Klax in the first place. And that's possibly might have been Tinker this Archfey. Because it looks like he's gone back and edited some notes in to the margins.
I think we'd have some research to do either way. For all we know, this Tinker's a bell maker.
Archfey are time guards.
I
Sort of.
want to give you disadvantage on your next roll.
What did he say? I didn't hear it.
I was typing as you said that. I won't push the talk. I hate you.
Okay, moving on. We might just need to mute Lance and continue. But anyway, yeah. So to the archive, I guess, to find the mustache.
Alrighty. So you guys start heading out?
Yeah.
Okay. Heading back the same way. I'll say it's relatively easily done. Go to the end of this corridor and then up. To the end of the corridor and then up again.
It's being weird again. I'm getting super laggy on the movement. Just assume everybody, unless there's obstructions, assume everybody makes it out, and I'm leading the way to
I'll move you myself. Oh, I am getting a little bit of lag as well. Interesting. I mean, when I'm moving,
so many of us are moving at the same time.
Maybe. I mean, when I'm moving Shade specifically, I'm getting lag.
I think Forge just hates me.
Maybe. Okay, so you go, and I think that should be the exit right ahead. Yeah, on the right.
Do any of these statues look? Do these statues look exactly like they're the same place where they were last?
Roll.
I rolled in that one, so I'm commenting.
Roll an intelligence check, just base intelligence.
How do I do that?
So you click on your D&D Beyond sheet, you click where it says intelligence on your ability scores. You just click that, and it might ask you for a save or an intelligence roll.
John, I should might that one still in play.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, okay.
All of these statues look like they're in the right place. That one, however, Akash, has most definitely moved.
So that OC.
Oh fuck! Guys, move! And Akash is just gonna droid saber on it and literally
Uh-huh.
just wait until we can back up from it.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't turn and come towards you or anything like that as you're passing by, and you're able to make it out of the workshop. Alrighty. So you're heading to the archive, which isn't too far. But yeah, as you get on the outside, there was a statue on that bench over here that's moved. Which might be the one on the inside now. Okay.
So the plan for the statues at the moment is just run faster than they move. Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, well, we don't know how fast they can move fast when you're not looking at them.
The answer is yes.
Right. Keep running then.
Okay. So eventually, running across the area, we'll say, you do get into the archive room. Sorry, into the archive, and it's a fairly large building as well. But it's fairly linear in the respect that you can just run down a long corridor, and you can pass by a bunch of like study rooms and offices and stuff like that. And then you get into the main archive specifically, and you do notice as you enter the room, there is an automaton, I believe, on your right that is colourful and bright and shiny bronze. Give me a sec. I did have a description of these. Where is it? Yeah, as you step into the room, you'll notice to your immediate left, it's a shiny, brand spanking new by the looks of it, small automaton with a long arm on the top of it, on the top of its torso, and at the end of it is an artificial eye that it appears to be closed right now. The torso itself is urn-shaped, and it has awkward-looking legs and feet, although no arms to speak of. And currently, the long arm that has the eye on the very end of it is wrapped around the torso, like it's folded up like a DUM series repair droid from Star Wars. It's kind of folded up like that.
Okay.
It's quite small, like the size of a house cat.
Akash is literally just going to shout it and go, "You!"
Okay. Okay. You see the eye flutter open. And it immediately turns and looks to the statue right next to it. And just starts sort of spluttering verbally. And give me a second. As the eye stops, sort of unwraps around the urn and just sort of looks in the statue's direction. Okay. Did I not? Oh, I did. Okay. You see it just sort of turn and run diagonally across the room and just slam into this bookshelf over here. And it's shaking.
Clax's mustache. Where is it now?
Its eye is looking directly at that statue that's over there, and it goes, "Oh, I don't know. I can help you find it, maybe, but It's just sort of looking at that statue.
Yep, everybody's turned to stone. Some statues move. The ones that move, they're the ones you should be worried about. Where's the mustache?
That's not a statue.
Okay, what is it?
I don't know, but it's not a statue.
What does it look like to you?
Wait,
I don't ask questions. I shoot it.
I can't describe it. It's
Okay,
not within my database.
If he's about to try and shoot things, I'm getting in his way.
Okay.
Not the automaton, the statue.
Does that apply still? Hold on.
At the moment, yes.
Are you still trying to get in the way?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
Before we make the thing that's not a statue angry, and potentially have to fight it, let's find out more about what we're dealing with. How about that?
I'm still staring at the statue with
Mhm.
the crossbow raised. Fine, you talk to the robot, but if that thing moves, I'm shooting it.
Fair enough.
Shade, how about you just, keep an eye on the door, and then somebody else can keep an eye on that, because there's more than one.
Fine, I've got guard duty, and I know what
Uh-huh.
you're doing there. And he goes and he takes up a position behind the desk to guard the door.
Okay. You see the automaton avert its eye, and it goes, okay, that's better. That's better.
Now, where do you guys like to hide it?
The mustache, the paperweight.
Yes, the paperweight.
Yes, apparently you can't turn on without it.
I don't have any idea what you're talking about, but the paperweight we take from the workshop, it should. Yes, I know where it is. It's in the uh it's in the head archivist office.
Okay.
Okay.
What can you tell us about these statues that aren't statues?
Um, I can see them when I'm close. What they really look like.
Okay. What do they really look like?
I can't explain it, but it hurts.
Yes. That happened to us earlier. Yes.
But I can see their true form when I'm close when they're not moving. Now it looks like a statue, but if I go closer, I can see what it actually looks like.
Of course, just
Okay.
going to continue watching the statue that he ran from. So you're aware, John.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We need that mustache, and any of your fellow automatons that are in here, to assist.
There might be another way I can assist. My body is a demiplane. It holds an archive of itself. I can't access any of the books in the archive now, but maybe one of the books that I have might help you.
All right.
You will have to put your hand in me though.
What will a book? Oh, wait, is this book going to be possibly helping with the statues, not statues?
It might help you identify them. Maybe I don't. I've been here for over 100 years. I don't know. I don't know what books are in my archive anymore.
Cool, let's go stick your leg in.
Cothus will go and see what we can find.
Okay, as you approach, the urn splits open on two doors that are revealed, and there's a miniature library that you can see on the inside. And it goes, just reach in and grab something.
Okay. Random chance it is then.
Roll a d100, please.
Okay, D100.
Mhm.
Is there a way to do that in public roll?
Yeah, /R space 1d100.
I realise I just said all of that without actually being it on push to talk.
Nice.
69, dudes.
Wow. Not the book that you really need, but a book that might be interesting nonetheless. You pull out a tatty manuscript of a book. It's not like actually bound, but it's a whole bunch of sheets that's sort of bound together with string. The title on the first page reads "The False Gods."
Okay.
And just the title alone makes you realize what this is. This is the manuscript for a highly controversial book written by a mysterious figure behind the Council of Chance conspiracy. Usually it's not permitted in libraries due to the extensive nature of this book, which is, it's not necessarily banned, it's just dissuaded from being in public record, because it is effectively a it's a manuscript that details the conspiracy that the gods aren't actually gods, but are in fact creatures pretending to be gods, somewhat like archfey, and that they only appear to be powerful.
Well, this will certainly be interesting to read later. And try again.
And very specifically, the target of the book is the Lord of Boons.
Oh my.
It goes, no, you can try again.
Do you mind if I hold on to this?
It really shouldn't have been in the library. We found it out of place maybe 20 years ago. We had a visitor back then too, but he has since departed.
What did this visitor look like?
He was a wizard of some kind. He said he was from an organization called the Vault of Knowledge. He was human. I don't know what the Vault of Knowledge is, but he claimed to have some authority with it.
Did he give you a name?
John is looking for the notes in his book as he says this.
You're the one who mentioned it.
Yes, I know, but I thought I had edited these notes in the game to reflect that name, but I didn't. Or I did, and it didn't save. Just give me a second. As I check my law.
Excuse me.
No problem.
Just to clarify, that was within 20 years when these
20 years ago, yeah.
and these statues, not statues, were still roaming around the place at that time. Correct?
The statues weren't here at that time, no. The not statues, the things that move, they weren't here back then. They're a recent development. The wizard in question that wrote this is a wizard called Arduk, Arduk. If you want to roll me a history check, Colphus, you can have advantage. Shade and Colphus and Angor, since you're both from this country, you can roll with advantage. Shade, it's a straight roll for you. Akash, you haven't been on the surface long enough to even hear about this.
And
What is that?
sorry,
What is that we need to roll?
History check.
That's true.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. You both know who this is. Shade?
Sorry, history check.
History check. It's just straight though. Yeah, you have no idea. Angor and Colphus, this happened when you guys were all really young. Arduk was a pretty famous wizard back 20 years ago, who's like one of the preeminent mages of Ursia, just in general. But he was quite high in the Vault of Knowledge ranking structure at that particular time. But he then went on an expedition to the Underdark, and went. Everybody knows how far he went down. He went down all the way to the very bottom. And when he came back, he was speaking of conspiracies about the false gods. He wrote this manuscript and then vanished. He was also banished from the Vault of Knowledge due to what he was about to do, which I believe Clax in episode 2 had told you that I think this guy had been banished from the Vault of Knowledge completely because of the Council of Chance conspiracy. And they had mentioned that this possibly was one of the threats that was waiting for you here, if I remember rightly. This guy is significant to the fact that he's actually been here before. Guys. What do we do with that information? It's up to you. But, yeah.
Okay, I think it's enough time. Paperweight collection point time now.
Colfus, are you trying to get another buck?
Yes.
Okay, roll another D100, please. Oh.
Okay, apparently we're flipping it on its head.
Okay. That's really interesting, actually. Yeah, I didn't notice that. You find a canister of white dragon lily tea leaves. That has been secure in this automaton storage and protected. It's not a tea that's being sold anymore. It is 100 years old plus at this point. But it has seemingly been kept safe from the elements and appears as fresh as it was first placed in there. You would know that it is quite refreshing and out of character. Assuming you brew it, it'll help people recover free HP. Yeah, like a healing tea.
Okay. He kind of raise an eyebrow as he pulls that out.
You've
This
got
is decidedly not a book.
6 uses of it. And it goes, oh, yes, the head archivist tends to... He's not supposed to, but he tends to put stuff in that shouldn't be in there. And he goes, oh, the paperweight. And it starts heading off in the direction of the head archivist's room.
All right.
This way.
What do we do about this issue?
Shade,
As he
we're moving.
continues staring.
Following.
Yeah. And yeah, clomp, clomp, clomp.
Anger's going to keep like watching as he backs away, trying to not get close to it.
Okay. It does, like, when it gets to this point, it's very cautious about that statue on that corner there, but then it just goes past.
Of what corner?
This one here. It looks at it very cautiously and then shrugs as best as an automaton without shoulders can do, and then goes over to this door here. And
certainly no harm in following its lead and keeping a wide berth of any statues that he gets nervous about.
Yep.
John, can I just quickly try another memory check just to see if I can remember places this time?
Yeah, roll an intelligence check. Yes, an intelligence history.
Intelligence history. Oh, that's different from last time.
Yeah, you definitely, of the statues that you can see, you definitely remember where all of them are standing.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you see one out of place, I'll warn you when you can see it. Okay. So yeah, as it comes, Yeah, as it comes to this door, you see it stare at the door, and the door very slowly opens, and the door the door handle lowers, and then the door pushes without anybody touching it.
That a you thing?
It nods with its false eye up and down. Goes, yes, yes. We can open the doors in this area. We'd be stuck in this room if we couldn't open the door. We can't open the front door though. Can open the doors inside though.
All right.
Okay. Crazy thought here. If someone were to open the front door for you, would you like to leave? I mean, the not statue things are kind of disturbing.
We can once the door is open, we can leave. Yes.
Would you like to leave, or do you want to stay? Because you sounded like you are trapped here.
This is our home. We don't have much interest beyond the workshop.
Right. The thing that's exploding outside.
The index experimentation chamber. Yes, that is troubling. We've seen it from the windows. It doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
Huh.
Yeah, neither is anyone else.
Yeah, that is troubling. But not much I can do about that, I'm afraid. And it just walks through the door. Seemingly rather blasé about people being petrified and
It's
not
clear
seeing it
that
as a
it
big
doesn't
deal.
care that everybody else is turned to stone, and there's a whole bunch of not statue things that are apparently recent. I thought they were always here. This is creepy.
Mhm.
Someone put them here for a reason.
Oh, is that sorry?
I'm saying, I was just saying, cards like someone probably put them here for a reason, though.
Yeah, and on this stack of papers over here. Oops, that's the wrong button. Up there, there is a mustache acting as a paperweight on pages that wouldn't be going anywhere anyway.
We'll gingerly step around the statues and look
Mhm.
to retrieve the paperweight while maybe sneaking a quick peek at what's under the paperweight.
Is the paperweight its own color, or is it grey like
Yeah,
silver?
it's its own color. It's bright and shining copper. Yeah, looking at the papers, it's more or less just a lot of reports of various experiments and stuff that's going on, and you do see some promising report, like it's labeled like promising reports, index creation close. This will maintain our knowledge for eons to come and stuff like that. If like they go, and what you're seeing is they don't seem to believe that it'll get consciousness. It's more just like they're trying to create an arcane database of all of the information that they've gathered in however long they've existed for. But beyond that, there isn't really much information to you. However, the door that's to the right there, the one that's closed, you do feel the door rattling.
What's trying to get out of there?
The automaton looks in that direction and goes, I'm not certain that there are more of me somewhere around here, but we can just open the doors.
Ready's hand crossbow at door. Someone want to go let it out?
The door bangs as something beyond it rams it. But the door doesn't move. It's just a bang.
Automaton, go open it.
Or
I've
if you barricade it, we have what we needed.
Yeah, maybe there's a living thing that's trapped in here.
The automaton sort of looks at you guys and goes, What if it says that they're not statues?
I've never
Well-
seen the not statues bang on a door. Do they do that?
Well, they can't open a door.
Can they not open doors?
They can, but when they can't, they tend to, and it's backing away.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Guys, yep. That's Tomaton. Way out now. You're our not statue guide.
By chance, do you know a quicker way to wherever it is we need to go? I forget the name of it. So you're keeping an eye on all
Not
these
to the workshop.
statues.
Not to the workshop. The automaton.
The automaton workshop.
Maintenance
I can lead you to that. Yes.
Do you have a shortcut that doesn't involve statues?
Oh, I can't teleport us there. I can lead you there physically.
Okay.
sure. Let's go.
Okay.
Just before we get rolling, Cultist is taking a listen to see if it's like if he can sort of discern the nature of the sound of what's on the other side.
okay.
If it's rolling or running or smashing
Give
or
me a second, real quick.
squishy organic
Um,
sound or solid metal sound.
Yeah. Okay. With you on the other side of that door, there is a thud, 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 as something knocks on the door.
Wait a minute.
Stone on
Statues
stone.
don't make sound.
Yeah, it's like you're hearing a thud from a muffled thud from beyond the door, as a knock.
But when the statues move, they don't make sound, right?
Some, yeah, well, yeah. When they move, they don't make sounds. That doesn't necessarily mean that they can't make sounds when they want to.
Mm,
Alright, well, it's Cultist is trying to do something dumb because it's been a while.
Can I introduce us to curiosity?
He's gonna
Yeah.
call out,
It's gonna kill us.
Knock,
"Who's there?"
knock, knock.
Okay, so he's
The door rattles again as something bashes against it after the knocks.
okay, but it's not answering to what he's saying.
There is the answer is the knocks.
Okay. Yeah,
I
that's
was-
not normal. So Cultist is gonna back away, kind of join everyone else. And what's the condition of that door?
Fairly decently, but maybe a good bash or two will break it open.
Okay.
Looks like it's holding so far.
Sorry, I just saw the chat. So yeah, I think we're all ready to go.
Okay.
So we're leaving?
Well, it seems like everybody else is ready to leave, and whatever's on the other side of that door is not interested in talking.
You good to move?
Yeah.
Alright. Alright.
Wait. Let's let the automaton go first. He can keep us.
Okay. You see it come up to this corner and lean to one side and use its eye arm to look around the corner. Yeah.
Okay. Keep going then, lead the way.
Alrighty. Yeah. So as you get to about this
That
point,
first statue's moved.
what's this? Sorry.
That first statue was so moved, doesn't it?
Maybe. Okay. Are you keeping short distance? As you get to the
Yeah.
middle of the room, the door finally breaks,
believe that's our cue.
And you see it in the doorway behind you. It just says you're
Colthus
passing
is
by that
gonna-
bookshelf.
Colthus is going to ready his bow.
Mhm.
Keep an eye on the rear.
Okay. Yeah, the automaton is probably going to speed up a little bit and stop very cautiously heading out. You know, peeking around the corners. Say that this one comes here. Okay.
Oh,
You see the first statue squeezing itself between the person that's standing there and the bookshelf as you are passing by it. The automaton is standing at the door. It can't open the door. Waiting for people to open it.
I'll open the door.
Okay, you can get out into the corridor and you start running. Rest of you?
Yep.
Yeah.
There's 2 actively chasing you. Yeah, that's just this is going to open to avoid. So you run across the courtyard, and you're at the workshop once again.
The Black Cloud
Can
Droid.
somebody take over my character? I will watch from the stream because I can't see.
Okay.
Okay.
When it loads for me, I will bring an automaton over here. There we go. And what I can just, I would drag you, but I think you might reveal stuff that would be hidden. So, yeah, you see this. Start running. Okay. And it starts running down this way.
I'll keep up with him.
And it seems the way that you had gone previously. I'm going to move Shade as well over here. Gash, I would not recommend getting left behind because you might get lost as a token. Yeah, more or less the same way that you had done previously.
Any new movement ones?
I
The
don't
one
think we have time to worry at the moment.
Yeah. Oh god, there must be something specifically wrong with Shade's token specifically that's causing that lag. Because I'm having that lag, and I don't know what that could possibly be. Because I'm not having it on anyone but Shade. So I might have to look into that at some point.
I don't remember having a friend in this hallway.
Go figure our token character is broken.
When it comes into the workshop.
Once everyone is in, Colthus is going to close the door.
Was
Okay.
there 2 statues in here beforehand?
Can I do a mirror?
I don't know.
Yes.
I won't make you roll for it. There most definitely wasn't 2 statues in this room.
There also wasn't one in the hallway, was there?
There was.
Oh, was there? Wow, I'm blind. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Uh,
control
uh,
again.
uh,
Just watch them.
Okay. So you are in the room. There are 2 statues. You've closed the door.
Did you just close the door with us?
I did say Colthus was going to close the door, and that was before we noticed the additional
Yeah.
company.
So you close the door, and then all of a sudden you see the 2 statues in the room.
Oh, you just set one of those close your eyes and silently swear? Because that's about all you can do at the moment.
Yep.
Apart from closing your eyes, is the one thing you can do.
Oh, actually, one sec. Okay. Uh, okay. Give me a second. I need to check what that does to it. Yeah. You just see the automaton get to where Angle is specifically as it enters the room, and it just falls over and goes prone. Still.
What the?
As it turns its eye and looks at the statue next to it and beholds its true form.
Does it just look like a statue
I'm
for us?
going to.
It's just a statue, yeah. It's just that this specific creature can see its true form even when it's not moving.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm going to try and pull it
Yeah,
a
easily.
bit further away.
Yeah, easily
I
done.
don't know how heavy it is.
It's really light. It's literally like a bucket in terms of weight. Yeah,
Because I kind of like the idea of now pulling this thing along with us, and having a random D1.
Is this our new painter friend? We've lost the last one.
Okay, so
Paint bucket?
alrighty, so you are trapped. Oh, actually, good question, Colfus. Did you close the other doors previously?
No.
Okay, so you got two doors open still.
Yes.
One into the office, and the other one in from the office into the corridor.
That's right.
Okay. Alrighty, what do you want to do?
Well, our little fella's fallen over.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Shade. Let's see if we can get that mustache put on. And Colthus is going to ready his weapons and face that statue like a son of a gun.
Okay, I need an Arcana check from you to place on the mustache.
Okay.
There we
That's
go.
Okay. Yeah, so you go to place on the mustache, and you've seen Clax enough times so you know specifically where the mustache goes. And it almost sort of leaps out of your hand and magnetically applies onto the face. And then there's sort of whirring from the gem inside of Clax as Clax activates. And looks around and goes, "Good morning. My name is Clax.
Yes, we know who you are, and in many years to come, I'm going to kill you.
I hope not."
I think we can avoid the threats.
It appears you sent us to find you.
Oh, how interesting.
It also appears these statues are not what they seem, and if you have any answers about them, that would be good.
He turns and looks over at them, and he goes, "I have no idea. But I'm willing to assist, however... do you mind undoing these restraints?"
Certainly. And Colthus will move over, still keeping an eye on the statues, and start to undo them.
Roll a
I
strength
have a question.
athletics check. Go ahead. What's your question?
I have a question. Whilst he's moving to undo them, is there any sign of movement from the statues? So,
No, not yet.
like they don't want this to happen?
Nope, they haven't moved whatsoever since you entered the room. Okay, yeah. Getting the proper leverage to undo the clasps and the restraints is relatively easy to do. They aren't exactly aimed at, keeping him in place against his will. It's more a case of when he's deactivated, they don't want him to just fall onto the ground.
Okay.
So you undo the clasps and get him free, and he goes, "Oh, Gerald!" And he walks across the room and he picks up the hamster from the book. He goes, "Oh, wonderful. Looking a little stiff. Oh, that's interesting."
That's happened throughout the city and quite a bit beyond, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's a
I'm
shame.
not exactly sure what's going on. There's a frozen explosion outside.
Oh, that
And
does sound terrible.
apparently we met you before we put you back together.
Well, this is my first time meeting you, so I'm quite pleased to meet you. Thank you for putting me back together by the looks of it.
Likewise, though I'm more than a little confused.
Yes. Question: what year do you think it is?
Oh, well, I'm not from this plane. I don't track. I don't really track your years. I'm a visitor.
What plane are you from?
The Feywild?
That tracks.
Excuse me?
Oh, one of us read your how-to guide.
Yeah, what did you say?
Well, we read 6 pages of it anyway. It's kind of frozen now.
What did you say specifically? I didn't catch it as a GM.
I said that tracks.
Oh, okay. Okay. Because you had not, you guys. Oh, well. This is interesting. And then as he slowly turns and looks into the workshop, where are they? He spots a third statue in the doorway. It wasn't there a minute ago, I guess. Ah! I believe we are surrounded. And it's at that point that we're going to do initiative order.
Sorry, John. I'm going to say this for Angor in an outer character perspective. If we just Eldritch Blast him now, will we just time wipe this and never exist?
Okay, so Angor Culper's class lacks shade of. Oh, I missed a cache. Okay, the cache and the automaton.
Initiative, right?
Yep, initiative.
Yeah.
Just adding you all to the initiative orders.
Oh man, that's the way.
That's not. This isn't the one you want to be rolling a natural one.
I don't know what you guys saw, but from my point of view, Akash and Angor, your dice collided and it knocked him over to the 1.
That's interesting.
No, I saw that as well, and I
I
do
didn't
actually
see
think
that.
when the dice are on the table, that does affect it.
So maybe we
Okay.
don't all roll at the same time then.
No, that's a
Uh-oh.
lot of fun, actually.
Uh-oh.
That's a lot of not us.
Yeah.
Well, one of them's going to be him, one of them might be a little droid friend over
Yeah,
there.
it
You got
is.
them, droids.
Yeah, that's correct.
And maybe 2 other ones are friendly statues. Totally don't want to kill us.
Oh, hold on. I've missed one. Okay.
Oh.
Sorry. Yeah, the library automaton is going to take a peek at the one in the doorway. And yeah, it is going to try and it's going to trying to do it. You see like a beam of just arcane symbols shoot from its eyelids in like a tight beam towards the door. And just all these sort of like if you've ever seen the Pokemon movie with the Unknown, I think it's the third one. You just see like all arcane symbols just sort of rotating around this beam that it shoots. The the statue doesn't appear to react. Oh, hold on. I didn't begin the combat. There we go. That would help if I started tracking the actual combat. But the automaton, gazing into the mind of an ineffable creature, suffers the attack back, and you just see it spinning around in a circle, just sort of lifting its feet and as if it's walking, but it's not actually going anywhere. Kothis. What would you like to do?
I guess Cothis is going to...
Yeah, that yeah, exactly that. Let's be. Go ahead, sorry. Just checked into the chat.
Well, who knows if it's going to work or not. Cothis is going to take out his short bow and try and hit that statue in the doorway.
Okay. Alright, roll your attack.
Gosh, what am I doing here? There it is. Short bow.
Mm-hmm. That's a hit. All your damage.
Nice.
Uh, 10 damage.
7 unless sneak attack applies.
Oh no, okay. No, that's pretty good because it's not surprised. Yeah. So you hit it in the shoulder, and the arrow just deflects off it and scatters into the office space behind there. Does a little bit of damage, but not an awful lot. Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to do? You've got your movement and your bonus action.
Cothis is going to move so that he's between the statue and our little friend here.
Okay. Alrighty. Angle. What would you like to do?
How high is this room?
Not really high, about 3 feet. No, sorry, 2 to 3 feet. That would be about 3 meters tall. Yeah, so maybe a floor and a half, maybe 2.
Which would be what, 15 to 18 feet?
Something like that. Yeah.
Off the guess off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm. Are you going to fly?
Not yet.
Yeah.
How strong does the doorway above that door here look? Where this guy is?
Pretty strong. Remember, everything is sort of frozen in time, so...
Yeah, so Eldritch Blast isn't going to move anything.
It might, you just would need to roll really, really well.
I want to try and make this doorway kind of like fall in on itself.
Okay.
So like this way's blocked off.
Yeah, so roll your Eldritch Blast, and we'll use the AC as something a bit stronger than wood. That's what it would be normally. You hit, roll damage. Oh, pretty nice damage. Okay. The impact does break off the bit of the wood, a bit of the door frame and stuff like that, and it sort of falls down, creating something of a debris field there, but not an awful lot. Anything that you would like to do with your bonus action?
I will move. Into the corner.
That's where I was going to suggest you move, because I want to try and come up with these
corner.
Move back, please. Not where you were previously.
I think I was here.
Yep.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
This would be a... Okay. Does a 22 hit you?
Yeah.
Okay.
John, we're level 4. Come on, do you have to ask?
That's a 20.
Sometimes I do because I'm level man in that game. I've got 21 AC in the
Yeah.
game, so I do have to ask
That's-
sometimes when it's at that point.
What racing class are you by chance?
Wow.
Fighter.
Yeah.
Here's a hint, John. I think the highest AC is 15.
Angel, can you roll me a Constitution saving throw, please?
So, will I have advantage on it because of Warcaster?
No, it's not for concentration. Something else. Wow. So this thing reaches out, and you feel yourself being pulled vastly away from this place. But you quickly sort of steel yourself, and your body defends, and you're able to move that restriction as it reaches out and tries to displace you. So you feel free to move.
Okay, go to the corner and try and keep the line of sight on like all three.
Mm-hmm.
And as a bonus action, I'm going to catch a Layla on my Costa.
Nice. Okay. Alrighty. So as next turn. Okay. Culpus, that door nearest you that's closed, there's a rattling at the door handle.
Oh, great.
Okay. Shade. What would you like to do? Your turn.
The door by me is not rattling, correct?
No, it's closed.
Okay. I'm not engaged with the one next to me. He's just within 5 feet of me, yes?
He is engaged with you, but he has
He's
used his
engaged with me?
reaction.
Okay, then I want to use my movement first.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first turn, so I have 40 feet of movement. I can't move 40 feet because of, space in the room. So, I guess the other side of Akash here.
Okay.
Which one have we hit thus far?
The one in the office doorway. Everyone else hasn't been touched. So this one over
Right.
here.
Out of character, I would recommend some focus fire. Not that I think any of that will help.
Yeah, I
Maybe.
guess I'll focus fire on the one that everybody else has been hitting.
Huh?
All right, so I've used my movement. I haven't used my action or my bonus action. Let me just
Yep.
real quickly. I'm definitely rolling an attack roll
Mm-hmm.
with my crossbow
Yep.
and crossbow. I'm gonna take sharpshooter, so -5 to the
Uh-huh.
roll.
Just for clarification's sake, which one are you targeting specifically?
I don't
That
know
one.
that I can think. The one that's in
Yeah, in the doorway. Okay.
in the doorway that's been hit already.
Yep. Okay. Just making sure.
Bowl carrying.
Yep.
Ooh,
So how
15,
high
isn't
is?
Plus
No.
9 -5, so
Yes,
it's 15.
15.
Wow. Okay, so your bonus is pretty high then. Okay, cool. So 15
Yep, 15.
meets AC.
Cool. So it's
Roll damage.
damage. I roll the damage, and it's plus 10 to the damage.
Yep. 18.
Yep, 18.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's still up, and if it's still up, I'm firing
Yeah.
again at the same target.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's definitely still up.
And again, sharpshooter, so -5 to this as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
14. 14
Did I
doesn't
miss?
hit. Yeah. Yeah, you'll sort of ping off what is apparently a bowl that he's carrying. Anything else that you want to do on your turn?
Well, that was my movement, my action, and my bonus action, so I'm done.
Okay.
John, can I check something before you do anything? Did I take any damage when it tried to grab me?
No, it didn't.
Okay, just checking.
Okay. This one vanishes for a split second. And then reappears behind Akash. Akash.
Mm-hmm.
A 23 will hit you.
Yes, my armor class is a 15 at this moment in time.
Constitution saving throw, please.
Con, yes.
Yeah. Alrighty. You guys see it appear behind Akash. Everybody not really seeing where it was for that split second. And you just see Akash vanish. Professor Clax.
I am trying really hard not to swear right now.
Alrighty.
I'll push the bot.
Alrighty. Akash is going to. He's going to Eldritch Blast the one in the doorway. Ooh. 14 to hit, really? Okay. He sends an Eldritch Blast through the doorway, and it just dissipates against the statue.
He's a warlock?
Yeah, he most definitely is a warlock.
He has a Fey Maker.
Yeah.
And? I don't have a Fey Maker.
Alrighty.
Or do I?
You see this Akash. Sorry, not Akash. Sorry, Angor. Since you were looking in that direction, I need you to roll me an int save, please, as the thing moves towards Clax.
Intelligence save?
Intelligence save, yeah. Oh, okay. On your turn, you need to roll me a d8. Oh. That won't hit. Flex sort of whirls out of the way as the statue comes up behind him and goes to reach out and send him away. He stays. Colfus, the one in the doorway, vanishes and reappears right next to you.
Hang it. Okay.
Does a 20 hit?
Oh, yes.
Con save, please.
And you're saved.
Wow.
Oh.
Wow, okay. So yeah, Colfus, you you feel it sort of reach out and just grab a hold of your face. And you sort of back away very quickly. And do not get displaced. Unfortunately, Cash, you're not here anymore. This also needs to make an intelligence save. As these things keep coming close to it. Wow. Okay. It really can't do much. So you see the doors open as it turns and looks at the one that has just bamfed Akash away. The doors open and a book just comes flying out and hits it. So it does anything. No, it doesn't. The book flops out of the hole, hits the statue like a feather would, and just drops on the ground.
You never know. The
No, it could have been
person
Napa.
may have like held like some alchemist fire in there or somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'll roll a d20. I'll roll a 100 to see what pops out. It probably won't be anything significant though.
No, what if we need that book?
Oh, 69. Nothing pops out. That's already been pulled. Oh, that's a shame. So like there'll probably be like some like notebook that doesn't have anything in it that's just popped out and just dropped onto the floor. Angor.
All right. Thanks, seeing.
Oh, sorry. No,
Wonderful.
my bad. It's Goth's turn. My bad. I actually flicked over them.
Hey.
Goths.
I guess given his current position, he's going to switch to his sword and try and cut this thing apart.
Roll your attack. $16 hits. Roll damage.
Okay.
Wow. So six damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't seem to do an awful lot at all. It is a minor scratch at best. Angor. Unless you've got a bonus action or movement to do. Gothus.
Cultist is going to stand his ground and make sure that thing doesn't go after our bucket friend.
Okay. Right, Angor.
Mainly it's an action, not a quick action, isn't it?
Yes, unless you're dual wielding. Like if you're going to punch them or something like that, then that would be a bonus action, probably.
Every spell I have is an action.
Hmm?
Hang on. Shit. Okay. Seeing a cash vanish, I'm going to use my action to, for Radiant Soul to kick in.
Oh, okay. Nice.
So just like in the midst of panic, there's something awakens in Angor, and the eyes begin to glimmer and the wings fly out of him.
What do your wings look like?
Have
you put much thought into that?
I've not thought much on them.
Oh, jeez.
I assume like I imagine them kind of glowing and like golden almost.
Yeah.
Like normal like wing sort of thing.
Yeah.
Similar to what I assume my guardian would have had, but like Angor sized, not tiny elephant sized.
Well, not coming from your ears. I mean, it could be coming from your ears if you want to.
No, that is no back.
Okay.
My issue is I don't have any because that's an action.
So you've done your radio. Well, no, we had said. I don't know if you remember this, but I said this is a bonus action specifically because it irks me as someone who's played an Asmar that it's an action to do.
In that case, I'm going to waste spell slot.
Yeah. What spell are you casting?
Going to cast Guiding Bolt.
Oh, nice.
I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt at... The range of 120 feet, I can fire at any of them.
Yeah.
I'll fire at the one beside Colfus.
Okay, roll.
I also want Angor to go up about like 20 feet or like a little bit up so he's like not endangering anyone around.
Okay.
Just.
Yeah, roll your attack. I'll put like a special on that. Wow. 19 damage?
And then an extra 4 for everything. So
Yeah, so 23 damage.
Also, once you resolve this damage, there's a quick thing I need to just momentarily review.
Uh-huh. Yeah, go ahead. What do you need?
So I forgot, Cultist has Rakish Audacity,
Uh-huh.
which, in my case, that adds a +2 for his initiative, but also it says I do not need advantage on the attack roll to use sneak attack against a creature if you're within 5 feet of it. No other creatures are within 5 feet of you, and you don't have disadvantage on the roll. That other critter by the bench, is he within 5 feet of Cultist?
Which one?
The one behind, like between
The,
Shade
auto-
and
the automaton?
Yeah.
Yes, it is within 5 feet.
Okay.
So each square is 5 feet, so...
Does it say creature or does it say enemy?
It says no other creature, so
Yeah.
it doesn't
So
specify.
Yeah,
So the automaton
is a creature.
takes that over.
Uh,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's
Okay.
what I have on there. Okay. Is there anything else that you want to do on your turn, Angor?
I've
I think you've moved.
Yeah.
You've moved. You've done your bonus action action. Okay.
I'm just still keeping an eye on all three of
Mhm.
them.
Yep.
Oh wait, I need to roll a d8.
Oh. Let's not do that. Let's remember that next time, because otherwise it's
Okay.
gonna completely undo your move. Okay. So the door opens, and another one of these creatures steps in. Colfus, can you roll an intelligence save, please?
Sorry, which save?
Intelligence. As you see one of them move into the room, and for a split second you see its ineffable body. Okay, on your turn you will need to roll a d8 as well.
Okay.
I'll tell you what it does when you trigger that. Shade. Oh, sorry, no, it's not done. It's just moved into the room. Yeah, it's a section. How many feet are you up in the air, by the way, Angor? 20 feet?
20 feet.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this thing teleports. It's in the room now. Angor, it is right next to you in the air.
It's just flying in the air.
It's floating in the air. It's not falling, it's just staying where it is, but you do see it very vaguely bobbing up and down. Jade.
Which one was hit with the guiding bolt?
The one that's holding
one
the
that-
ball? Yeah. Yeah. That one.
And I'm technically, am I engaged or just next to this one? Because he was engaged.
You're
with-
engaged. Like, if you're within 5 feet of a creature, you're engaged.
Okay.
I just want. I can't wait.
Nice.
I don't know. All right. Well, I guess I'll shoot the one that's got guiding bolt on it with sharpshooter. So that's at advantage, but -5.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
I think, as far as I'm aware of Golden Bolt, it fades after the first attack, right?
I had a target radiant damage. Next attack roll made against target before the end of your next turn has advantage.
27 -5 is 22.
Oh, definitely hits. Roll your damage.
And +10 to that.
That's 20
So
damage?
20.
Okay.
It's still up.
It's still up, yeah.
Oh, shit.
It probably has the thing where it only takes half damage or a bludgeoning and piercing things.
When it's non-magical, maybe, but his attacks are magical.
My attack was definitely magical.
Yeah.
Um,
You're doing a significant amount of damage to it, and it does look like it's peppered to some degree. Is there anything else that you would like to do on your turn?
well, I still got my bonus action in my movement, so I'm
Yeah.
debating. I've got I can't. None of these. All my spells are actions except Hunter's Mark, which I don't want to burn Hunter's Mark.
Mhm.
I'm gonna fire one more bolt at that same target. It's not at advantage this time. I am still going to use sharpshooter.
Yeah, okay. Oh, your attack.
Nat 1.
Oof.
Oh god.
Ooh, okay. You got a hell of a bonus to attack, but yeah, the arrow, like the notebook that flew out of the library automaton's vault, this arrow just sort of bonks it without doing any damage. Just this bolt just drops to the ground. Okay.
So my only option at this point is movement, but I'm in engaged range. So if I move, I provoke an opportunity of attack. So I'm gonna stay put.
Okay.
Is there no option to use your movement to like take a guided stance to increase your AC?
I want to say that's an action to take dodge.
Yeah, it's an action unless you're a rogue, in which case you get it as a bonus action, if I remember rightly.
So Corthus could get it as a bonus action.
I think Corthus already has it. I'm not 100% sure. That being said, Shay, this will come at you. Do I have within arm's reach? Oh, this might not hit. 15?
That is my armor class, so it hits.
Okay. Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh boy.
You guys have been rolling Constitution saving throws really well, so.
Nope.
Yeah, you say that.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to say that.
Okay. Yeah, you guys see Shade blink out of existence.
On the one hand, that's nothing new, but still.
Yeah, exactly.
He's just
Might have
gone.
gotten dark over there.
Okay. Clax. I just remember what kind of warlock he is. So you see Clax whirl around, and as he does so, he sort of shunts with his right arm, and in a flurry of black petals and thorns comes a rapier that just appears out of nowhere, and he just stabs at the creature that's next to him. It's a rapier that you've seen on him before. And he rolls pretty high. That's 12 piercing damage, and he is going to Eldritch Smite. I set this up? I didn't, but it's level does he do? Okay. Slashed 8. I think that's right. I'm gonna say it is, so that's 20 damage to this one over here. Not an awful lot of damage, but he's doing damage. Yeah, he's trying to hold it off at least. Although this thing is going to take the shot. And a natural 1, Clax just sort of slides the hand away as it comes at him. Okay. Colfus, the one that's the most damage at this point, is going to roll an attack. Does a 15 hit you?
It does. Yeah. Well, he has that cloak. Is that +1 or +2?
That's
+1.
+1.
Okay, then yes, it hits.
Roll a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh, be nice.
Natural 20.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's-
okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so you get out of the way. This is the second one you've passed. Okay. Colfus, speaking of, it's your turn. You need to roll me a d8, please.
All right.
Okay. Just gonna check the stat block real quick. Unfortunately, on this turn, you are unable to do anything as the image of this creature struggles to conceptualize in your brain. I need to roll another int save at the end of your turn.
Okay.
Okay, you are no longer confused, so you can act normally on the next turn.
Alright.
Alrighty. The library automaton is going to try and throw a buck again. And this one comes out with a little bit more force, but just not quite enough to do any damage. Oh, that's actually a different buck. Oops, wrong notes. Oh, the bug that you needed to identify these things. You guys spot revolutions and conturbations of the celestial planes. Bounces out onto the statue and lands on the ground. Angor, your turn.
I'd roll a d8.
A d8, yes, please.
What is it? R/1d8?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Or /R space 1d8. That's what you said. You can act normally on your turn.
Yes!
Feel free to do whatever you like. What do you want to do? I want to hurry because we're...
I'm going to
Half
use green flame blades along with
Nice.
my shillelagh on the target that's next to me.
Okay.
Where's my shillelagh? I'd roll shillelagh first, don't I?
Yes, that would be a good idea.
Ah, never mind.
Yeah, this thing being in the air, the confusion, and whatnot. Yeah, that's making it hard to hit these things consistently. Is there anything else that you want to do on your turn? You've got your bonus action and your... your movement if you want
Here's
to
a
use
bonus
your...
action to disengage.
If you have it on your D&D
I
Beyond
don't
sheet
have
as a
that.
bonus action.
I don't think I have that as a bonus action.
No, rogues do. Frustratingly.
I just have shillelagh.
Yeah, that's a rogue feature. Some classes also get some subclasses get it. But I think you need to take a feat to get it if you don't. To fly away.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to either hit me or I'm going to get caught by it trying to fly away. So I'll fly away.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna try and use its ability.
Con save or is it?
It depends on if it hits. A 24 will definitely hit, so I can't save. It reaches out and tries to grab you out of the air.
What save?
Constitution save, please.
Ah, no.
Okay. So yeah, as Angor tries to get away, he too is dissipated from this realm. This thing disappears, and it'll appear right next to you, Colphus.
Okay. You said that book that fell was one that we could potentially use. Is that something that, like, we're aware of, or?
No, probably not. It's just the book that you needed, I'm afraid.
Okay.
But yeah, there is a book that's on the ground about the celestial planes. Does a 19 hit you?
Oh yeah.
Constitution saving throw, please. Wow, okay.
I'm not going anywhere.
Man.
just going to move this up.
Corthus is one stubborn sailor.
Yes, he is. At this point, you've got like a ton of hands around you. Constitution save again, please.
Oh boy.
As they're all reaching you and bombing you.
There you go.
That is the
Okay.
sound of inevitability.
Yep, and the last of you fade out. I'm going to do one last thing. Whoops. One last thing real quick. It's an inevitability, but yeah, that'll hit. And clacks. On save. Oh, okay. Yep. Alrighty. So, as the last of you gets distorted out of your time zones, you get held back. You all find yourselves in a familiar place, whilst before the Muun workshop was devoid of colour and warmth. Now you find yourself in the exact same place, except the colours are vibrant. And there is life to the place. See shadows moving beyond the doors, and some of you are in some of you, all of you, because you're in this room, are in a space where there is people. From the opposing room, I'll activate this. There is a wizard sat at the desk, a female wizard, who looks up from her desk and sees you sitting there, and she screams out in surprise. So as you guys turn and look in the direction of that screen, at that scream, and then you see plaques in different parts, both tied up to the restraining repair table, as well as standing next to you. We will bring an end to this session, and the end to the Stone's Gaze, and leave you guys in the City of Muun.
One moment, just to put this on before, and so we can remember this also. Akash's book. Are the pages still full, or are they now blank?
The pages in your book are completely blank.
I have a second question.
What's your question?
Am I still 20 feet in the air?
No, you're on the ground.
Okay.
Wing's still out though.
Wing's still up. Wing's still out, and I'll say you've been floating to the ground. That being said, that probably won't matter for the time being.
Yeah.
As we bring an end to this session. You guys are now back in the past, before Muun was petrified, and we'll cross this particular bridge when we come to it. So with that, we are going to say goodbye, and yeah, this has been Stone's Gaze, a little demo story for these guys who most of you haven't played D&D before, or any other game besides the Souls RPG. So it'll be interesting to see if/when we come back to this, we play out this particular point in their story. So for now, we'll leave these guys behind and say goodbye.